And we're back. We're doing it again. Roll up, everybody gather, come and join. One man went to mow. The session commences. I am here and I need your company for things to make sense. So come make sense of it for me by coming to share however long the session is going to last with me. But just before we go fully into it, this session now is going to be capped at no longer than 3-4 hours because just those long, grueling sessions, they're not fit for purpose. That's not really how to do it. So we'll be trying to contain the sessions within 3 to 4 hours, no longer than 4 hours, ideally 3 hours. So come spend then what is almost guaranteed not to be more than 3-4 hours in my company. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Ìgbàlà tí àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there we are, Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe by the Care Guys. So, Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Hashtag NSAS, CNN, Amnesty International, DJ Swift should apologize to Buhari regime. Lai Mohammed making the demand. So, we want to really understand now why that apology he feels is needed. NSAS, CNN, Amnesty International DJ Swift should apologize to Buhari's regime. A demand being put forth by the Information Minister Lai Mohammed. So we find out exactly what is pinning that on. So still within the NSAS space, it looks as though now, it doesn't even look as though, almost certainly a myriad of people trying to make political capital in whatever way they can. And to that, NSAS protest, Saraki painting Buhari government black for political gains. So Saraki, of course, been very vocal in recent times, speaking to NSAS and the right to demonstrate, etc. But that, of course, people are using and attributing entirely to politics. CP Odumosu justifies police shooting at Lagos hashtag NSAS memorial. So it looks as though shots have been fired again at the latest protest now. But Who did what, why, and when? We'll find out just now when we land on that narration. Buhari government borrows for Nigeria's unborn children so that they can enjoy infrastructure. This is what is his name? Fashola speaking, that they are mortgaging the future of our children yet unborn, but of course for their own good, according to the former Lagos State governor. And finally, maybe not finally, let me see how many more we have to go. Okay, so, and then to this next, declare bandits as terrorists. RUFAI now speaking to the federal government. Bandit, of course, an acronym for Fulani herdsmen. Because Fulani herdsmen, bandits, little as makes no difference, and even that little is not there. So one and the same, essentially, a Fulani herdsman and a bandit are one and the same people. And to that space, declare bandits as terrorists, El-Rufai urges the federal government. So quite now, or how, or is it turning against its own people? All of that we find out in due course. Autumn, insecurity caused by unchecked movement of foreign Fulani into Nigeria. So is Governor Autumn again insisting on that space. So this is a recurring decimal all the way through the since 2015, the 6 years now of this administration. There's been an avalanche of insecurity. A new dimension into insecurity has suddenly swarmed all over the state of Nigeria. And the one attribution from Igbo land to Yoruba land to the east is that this new now wave of savagery and barbarism that we're seeing, they are coming from Fulani men. So that we know. So we already know the catchment area. So they are now telling us that they are foreign Fulanis. So how then is a foreign Fulani able to wade all the way from Fulani land? Because the Fulanis, of course, they are to the northern part of Nigeria. That is where their predominance is. So that is where their usual settlements are. So how is it then that these elements can wade all the way through whichever country they are coming from, cascade through the entirety of the vast swathe that is northern Nigeria, to then arrive in Ondo, to arrive in Onitsha, to be causing savagery? So how is that a possibility? Because we know categorically that the problem that we're dealing with wholly in Nigeria in terms of our insecurity are Fulani men. Nothing else. The rest are common criminality, they are police matters. But what threatens the very essence of Nigeria is that isolation, the Fulanis. We know that, but what is being done about it is the question. But then to answer that question, of course, a conversation needed. But before we get to that conversation, let me come in via what's it called? Well, another Python dance, I guess. This is where we usually go to. Let me see. Should we do another? Okay, just a nod to Nande Kano's appearance in court tomorrow. Let's do a bit of Holy Holy. So, Holy Holy, Charlie Boy, this is for you.
Holy, 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 another Savior, holy, 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 holy,
Well, this is MoBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another savior. Just sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another.
All right, enough of that. Holy, holy Nandekano is another savior. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Hashtag NSAS, CNN, Amnesty, DJ Swift should apologize to Buhari regime. Lai Mohammed making the demand. The Buhari regime has demanded an apology from Amnesty International, CNN, and DJ Switch for allegedly misleading the world that there was a massacre at Lekki toll gate on October the 20th, 2020. DJ Switch, whose real given name is Obionagu Ude, is a Nigerian disc jockey who is on exile over the 2020 NSAS protest and the Lekki toll gate incidents. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said the trio should tender an unreserved apology for portraying the Nigerian military, police, and other security agencies in a bad light. Addressing newsmen on Wednesday in Abuja on the first anniversary of the Lekki toll gate incident, the minister reiterated that contrary to the claim by CNN, Amnesty International, and the disc jockey, the military did not shoot at the protesters. CNN acted unprofessionally by relying on unverified and possibly doctored social media videos, as well as other open source information, to conclude that a massacre took place at the toll gate. On its part, CNN went from 38 people killed to 2 people to just 1 after a supposed global exclusive, even when the network had no reporter on ground at the Lekki toll gate on October the 20th, 2020. On Monday, the Judicial Panel of Inquiry that was set up by the Lagos state government after the NSAS protest wrapped up its sitting. During the sitting, the CNN was summoned, but it never showed up, thus missing a great opportunity to prove its allegation of a massacre at the toll gate. In its latest attempt to grasp at straws and redeem whatever is left of its battered credibility on this issue, CNN has continued with its baseless report that soldiers shot at protesters, he said. The minister said Amnesty International also had a golden opportunity to convince the world, but it rather opted for issuing meaningless press releases. Mr. Mohammed condemned a current report running on the CNN network on the purported massacre, contending that the international news platform acted unprofessionally. CNN brazenly and unashamedly held onto its flawed narrative, relying on an unidentified mother whose son was reportedly shot at Lekki, but without convincing evidence of who shot him. The same CNN that tweeted on October the 23rd, 2020, that 38 people were shot dead at Lekki toll gate is now struggling to convince the world that one boy was killed at Lekki toll gate. What a shame, he stated. He said the federal government remained proud of the security agencies for acting professionally and showing restraint all through the NSAS protest and the ensuing violence. The minister said it was the professionalism and restraint of the security agencies that saved the lives and property of many. The 6 soldiers and 37 policemen who died during the NSAS protest are human beings with families. even though the human rights organizations and CNN simply ignore their deaths, are choosing instead to trumpet a phantom massacre, he said. The Buhari regime has labored much to deny any culpability in the shooting of unarmed protesters by the Nigerian military on the night of October the 20th, 2020, after initially denying soldiers' presence at the scene. The government later admitted that security agents fired at protesters but maintained that only blank ammunition were fired. Mr. Mohammed had continually claimed there were no casualties on the night, despite reports of casualty by correspondents and other media organizations and witnesses. So, nobody, no case, I guess, is essentially what Lai Mohammed said in that instance, and is doubling down on that narrative. Still within the NSAS space, NSAS protest, Saraki painting Buhari government black for political gains. The Buhari Media Organization BMO on Wednesday accused former Senate President Bukola Saraki of seeking to make political capital from the first anniversary of the Lekki tollgate shooting of NSAS protesters by painting the federal government black. Correspondents had reported Saraki as saying that nothing has really been done by the government to resolve the issues that caused the NSAS protest in the first place. He said, it is worrying that despite the acceptance of the 5 for 5 demands, nothing has really been done to resolve the issues that caused the protest in the first place. None of the policemen accused of torturing and extrajudicial killing and extrajudicially killing. Let me take that again. None of the policemen accused of torturing and extrajudicially murdering Nigerian citizens have been brought to justice. There has been no marked improvement in the funding or quality of equipment available to the Nigerian police force, and these incidents of torture continue in many security facilities nationwide. Furthermore, none of the perpetrators of the attack on Nigerians exercising their rights to peaceful assembly have been arrested or prosecuted, despite many of them being identified. Reacting in a statement signed by its chairman, Niyi Akin Siju, and secretary, Kasadi Maduike, BMO said Saraki's statement varies with all of uh, BMO said Saraki's statement varies with all that the government has done in addressing the issues that led to the NSAS protest. According to the group, first, we need to remind Saraki that in the aftermath of the protest, the federal government scrapped the Special Anti-Robbery Squad SARS of the Nigerian Police Force as an immediate response. The federal government also set up the Police Trust Fund, which will ensure that 1% of the federal revenue is paid into the account. The government has also voted 13.3 billion naira for the community policing across the country as a way of bringing policing closer to the people and ensuring adequate security, as well as initiated plans through the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission to upwardly review police salaries and allowances. BMO further stated that in the aftermath of the NSAS protest, the federal and state governments empaneled commissions of inquiry in different states of the country to unearth the remote and immediate causes of the riots and recommended measures to bring about lasting solutions to the problems associated with the riots. Since then, the panels have sat in a transparent manner and even awarded several millions of naira as compensation to victims of the riot. And the payments are being made as directed by the panel without let or hindrance. We also want to remind Dr. Bukola Saraki that in his attempt to capitalize on the NSAS for partisan political gain, he wrongly admitted that protesters were killed at the Lekki toll gate, yet till today, there has been no verifiable evidence from any quarter that any protester was mowed down by the military or the police at Lekki toll gate. We therefore find it disingenuous and cynical of the former Senate president to descend into the arena with the only intent to make political capital out of a national issue and paint the federal government black. It said, BMO insisted that following the NSAS protest, the federal government is committed to addressing the concerns of Nigerian youths in various ways and has remained responsive and responsible in addressing issues that affect them, and the steps taken are visible for all to see, except cynics like Saraki. So there you are, the back and forth of politics. So he says, she said, but shots were fired again, of course now, at Lekki toll gate. But then who did what, why, and when is the question. Hopefully, we glean the answers from this. CP Odumosu justifies police shooting at Lekki, at Lagos, at hashtag NSAS Memorial. So it doesn't actually say Lekki, but almost likely will be, but we'll get to find out soon enough. CP, so that is the police commissioner for Lagos, CP Odumosu justifies police shooting at Lagos hashtag NSAS Memorial. So let's find out how shooting at them, pardon me, is justified. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Hakeem Odumosu, claims that officers only fired tear gas at hoodlums at the Lekki toll gate and not at hashtag NSAS Memorial protesters. The officers who arrived at the venue of the protest in large numbers on Wednesday morning fired tear gas canisters, brutalized and arrested several of the protesters at the venue. Mr. Odumosu, who addressed journalists, claimed that those present after 10 a.m. were hoodlums, as activists had informed us that their activities will start by 8 a.m. and last till 10 a.m. They had an agreement with us that they will be having a car procession, which they are done with and have left, the police boss said. He claimed the activist informed the police that other persons seen at the venue after the stipulated time were not part of them. Mr. Odumosu also said the hoodlums were out for destruction and to steal, adding that dangerous materials were found in their possession. They told us that they had finished their activities around 10 a.m., adding that whoever was found still hanging around is not part of them, Mr. Odumosu maintained. Those you can see around now are hoodlums who want to steal and cause destruction. We found knives, cutlasses. Oh, pardon me. So let's make sure that's charging. All right. So where were we? Those you can see around now are hoodlums who want to steal and cause destruction. We found knives, cutlasses, and other dangerous materials in their, that is the hoodlums' possession. Those who cannot be protesters must be those cannot be protesters but hoodlums, and that is why they were chased away so that peaceful citizens can go about their lawful businesses. Correspondents had reported how officers fired tear gas into moving commuter buses in Lagos. Earlier, a young man, Adedotun Clement, who identified himself as an Uber driver, was brutalized by the officers. A video of the moment captured by Arise TV saw the officers manhandle and pepper spray Mr. Clement as they tried to force him into a police van. So there you are. Nothing changes. They are protesting against police brutality, and the government responds with police brutality. Nigeria, of course, nothing changes. A Buhari government borrows for Nigeria's unborn children so that they can enjoy infrastructure. Fashola speaking. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has justified the debt accumulation by President Muhammadu Buhari by President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. This is in spite of the escalation in public debt since the inception of the Buhari administration. In comparison to previous governments, foreign debt has grown in comparison to previous governments, foreign debt has grown 3 times more than the combined figure recorded by the past 3 administrations. Fashola, in an interview with BBC Pidgin, explained that the debt accumulation is a way for the unborn generation to contribute to the country's infrastructure building. Our infrastructure are no longer enough for us to use. That is why the children people say we are accumulating debt for should we wait until they are 40 to start building infrastructure, or we build the infrastructure before they are born? Which is more sensible? They should meet the infrastructure on the ground. I asked people that the bridge we built in Lagos yesterday in Lekki, should we wait for the children who use the bridge? Should we wait for the children who use the bridge when going to school now to become adults before building the bridge? Is it not better that they use it from when they are small? They should also contribute to it. He added that Nigerians will either choose between government borrowing or increment in taxes, adding that the American government has a debt burden of 23 trillion and is still borrowing. His comment trails a statement credited to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who condemned borrowing by the Buhari regime, saying accumulating debt for future generation is foolish and criminal. If we are borrowing for recurrent expenditure, it is the height of folly. If you are borrowing for development that can pay itself, of course, that is understandable. Then pay itself. How long will it take to pay itself off? But if you are borrowing and you are accumulating debt for the next generation and the generation after them rather, it is criminal, to put it mildly. Those are Obasanjo's words, which I am just muddled up. So Fashola, should I bring you this? Fashola hammers down on that space. Let me just bring you this because it's not that long in detail. Before Buhari, it took 2 days to travel on Shagamu Benin High Road. This is Fashola now speaking to now that infrastructure space. Minister of Works and Housing Babatunde Fashola says it takes Nigerians 2 days to travel between Shagamu and Benin before the highway was fixed by the President Muhammadu Buhari regime. Mr. Fashola made this claim whilst speaking on the number of roads constructed by the Buhari-led regime in the last 6 years. From Shagamu to Benin, those who travel from Shagamu to Benin 6 years ago, before President Buhari came to office, it was a 2-day journey because the road was very bad, Mr. Fashola told BBC Yoruba in an interview. But now, you can travel from Shagamu to Benin in the morning and return in the evening. A journey from Shagamu to Benin is a 255.3-kilometer distance, according to Google Map. Will last 3 hours and 50 minutes. Though Benin-Shagamu Expressway has been in a deplorable state for years, it is not clear how Mr. Fashola arrived at the claim of a 48-hour duration on the route. Even with the intermittent traffic congestion that often occurs on the ever-busy road, the Shagamu-Benin Highway connects the western part of the country to the east. So that is Shagamu-Benin, not Benin. So Benin, not Benin. Mr. Fashola also justified debt accumulated by Buhari regime in the same interview, saying it was a way for the unborn generation to contribute to the country's infrastructure building. So there you are. They borrowed 3 times more than all previous administrations combined. That is what the data says. But what do we have to show for it? There you are, Benin Tuore. That is what he's saying. Declare bandits as terrorists, El Rufai urges federal government. The Kaduna State Governor Mallam El Rufai has asked the federal government to declare bandits in the northwest geopolitical zone of the country as insurgents or terrorists. The declaration, the governor said, would able the Nigerian military to attack and kill these bandits without any major consequences in international law. The governor who spoke shortly after receiving the third quarter security report from the Commissioner of Internal Security and Home Affairs, Mr. Samuel Aruma, at the Sir Kashim Ibrahim House, Kaduna, on Wednesday, also said the recruitment of 1,000 youths each across the 774 local government areas of the country would deal a deadly blow to the bandits and other criminal elements in the land. Backing the National Assembly's resolution to declare bandits as terrorists, the governor said the state government had since 2017 written to the federal government on that, pointing out that bandits don't deserve mercy and they should not be allowed to live. Pardon me, just hold on one second. We in the Kaduna state government had always urged for the declaration of bandits as insurgents and terrorists. We have written letters to the federal government since 2017 asking for this declaration because it is this declaration that will allow the Nigerian military to attack and kill these bandits without any major consequences in international law. So we support the resolution by the National Assembly, and we are going to follow up with a letter of support for the federal government to declare these bandits and insurgents as terrorists so that there will be fair game, so that they will be fair game for our military, the governor added. The commissioner had earlier in his report said bandits killed no fewer than 343 and abducted 830 persons, as well as injured 210 persons, amongst them women and minors, within the third quarter of the year in the state. So just listen to those figures. This is just Kaduna State, by the way. And this is not Kaduna State over the past 10 years. This is just now the third quarter of this year. So this is just now within the third quarter of this year. And these are the statistics coming out of Kaduna State. Listen again. The commissioner had earlier in his report said the bandits killed no fewer than 343 persons and abducted 830 persons, as well as injured 210 persons, amongst them women and minors within. So that's not the build-up of all 3 quarters. So that's not the first, second, and third quarter of the year. So listen, within the third quarter of the year. So within one, you know what a quarter is? A quarter is roughly 3 months. A quarter is 3 months, isn't it? If you are calibrating and looking at a year to break it up, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. That's a quarter, isn't it? So within the third quarter of the year, within the past, the most immediate 3 months, 343 persons have been killed in Kaduna State alone, 830 abducted, 210 injured, all within Kaduna State. So that is what we're contending with, and that is not the totality of the year within the last 3 months. So he said the operations against the bandits that began in this last quarter are degrading bandits, but are not yet simultaneous across all the affected states in the Northwest region. That explains the limitations that our personnel and other resource deficits have imposed on federal security agencies. There are simply not enough boots on the ground to have credible deployment to most places, deter crime, and restore order. That is the reality that we face. Many state governments in the Northwest and North Central have adopted a non conventional approach to help the security agencies to better protect our communities. In our own case, we have about 900 trained and vetted vigilante personnel working within the security agencies. However, we still observed that there is no alternative to launching simultaneous operations in the states. So I just highlighted one pertinent paragraph in that piece. Let me now highlight another pertinent paragraph. Many state governments in the Northwest and North Centrals have adopted a non-conventional approach to help the security agencies to better protect our communities. In our own case, we have about 900 trained and vetted vigilante personnel working working with the security agencies. So how then is that any different from ESN is the question. Everybody following their own vigilantes. So why shouldn't a vigilante be formed by the people as in the East? So we land now on this now last talking point. This is Governor Tom. Insecurity caused by unchecked movement of foreign Fulanis into Nigeria. So this, of course, something that we know categorically for a fact because all the security agencies have said it, all of the state governments have said it, and that has been the direct experience of all Nigerians that the people that are waging upon the state are Fulani people, and this is what Governor Otom is saying. Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State says the invasion of communities by foreign Fulani natives is the cause of insecurity in the country. Otom spoke on Wednesday in Makurdi, the state capital, when he received a delegation of traditional rulers from Nasarawa State. According to a statement by Nathaniel Ikior, Chief Press Secretary to the governor, the delegation was led by Shehu Chindo. So that's just the most bizarre of names. So Shehu Chindo. So the last name is Chindo. So that's the last name, but the first name Shehu. So you don't get more north than Shehu and Chindo. You'd expect to be something from the east, but then of course they call them the Middle Belt. So I guess that is it. The delegation led by Shehu Chindo, Emir of Kefi, the traditional council visited the state to condole with the government over the hunting expedition embarked upon by Elias Ikoyi Abepa, ruler of Idoma Nation. According to reports, rulers of Idoma Nation don't die but embark on hunting expeditions. Whilst receiving them, Otom said the Tiv people, Fulani and other Nigerians have lived together peacefully until foreign Fulani people were allowed to move into the country unchecked. He said their movement into the country without due checks is the cause of the current violence being witnessed in the country. On ranching, so he goes on to speak about ranching, but essentially that was where I was looking to land on his comment on the now Fulani invasion of the space. So, Exiro, I see you, Ajanle Koko, I see you, and Charlie Boy, good to see you. So, Charlie Boy,
Yes.
Charlie Boy, good to see you. So let me take you then to Lai Mohammed now saying that the nation is that Mallam Buhari, I won't say the nation because it's nothing to do with the nation, that Mallam Buhari is due an apology from CNN, Amnesty International, and DJ Switch for the erroneous news that they put out that people were massacred in Lekki toll gate. So what are you making of that? Charles, what are you up to? What's all that?
No, that Exio.
Oh,
Exio is
that's
making that.
yeah. So what are you making of all that, Charles?
I think see Nigeria government they know what they did. They don't want to admit it. CNN doesn't lie. CNN is the best organization in the whole world. They don't lie. CNN will not lie.
Mm.
They don't lie. CNN doesn't lie.
Better than BBC.
Yeah. How can accuse CNN, American organization the 12? You can't accuse them. America don't lie. You don't think America when they find it too
America does not lie. Where's the weapon of mass destruction then? If America don't lie,
no. I mean the news organization, not. I mean news organization. I think what's happening. It caught off the Nigerian government of God. That's what happened. They know it's a truth. Like why should you keep people? And that's bad Nigerian image. Because then you're showing the whole world. You're showing two people don't go to Nigeria, you will get killed. You protest, and they're just making the agitation more popular for Yoruban Igbos, because it's showing the young people why should be in one Nigeria when we put the killing us like chickens. We protest.
You love your chicken, don't you? That was
no. I'm serious. You see, this one people like this will make. They always told you to hey. Leave one Nigeria because if you want Nigeria, you say. But this image, what happened now? We showing the youth don't believe one Nigeria. If you believe one Nigeria, you get killed. Look what happened in Northeast. 150 people got killed in the North. We hope it's slaughtered and got killed. How can you be one Nigeria with people being killed? No, it can't be one Nigeria with people being killed. You see?
No, people are being killed everywhere. People are being killed in the United States.
I'm so happy that CNN is realizing. I'm so happy CNN is showing the world what Nigeria is.
No. CNN is not actually realizing anything because I'm loath as I am to admit it. It looks as though what CNN published was actually fake news. That is not to say that nobody was killed at Lekki toll gate, but they did not verify their sources before they rushed to press. So this is why Lai Mohammed is able to embarrass them so easily. But Charles, let me take
I
you
don't
up
believe
to.
that. I think CNN. I don't believe that. Lai Mohammed is lying. He knows the truth. People were killed there.
No, people were killed, but CNN did not verify their facts, so they can't stand on a firm footing. And now they're going to let Buhari get away with it.
Get killed in Nigeria. You don't need to verify. Even though people get killed in Nigeria, you don't lie. Nigerian government lie, but people.
Yeah, but where are the bodies? Is the thing. Where are you keep saying people got killed, but what they are asking you is where are the bodies? People don't get killed without bodies being. Where are the bodies?
One man.
Yes, sir.
Charles, can I interject 1 minute? Yeah. CNN did not lie. CNN showed the satellite image of everything, how everything went, how they were shooting, and they carried the body away. The same thing they did when they killed at Igbo's house. So you know the way they carried out their criminal act. They like to cover their barbaric killing. Whenever they kill, they want to cover it up. That's why they carry the dead body away. We didn't know where they put them. So, but people saw it. There are a lot of video that came out that showed that they were killing people. The first time the army came out, the army said they were not there. That was the first statement they make. Then video came out to show that they were there. Then they accepted that, oh, we were there. Then another video showed that to show that they actually killed. Then they said, oh yeah, they shot with rubber bullet. They didn't shoot they didn't use live ammunition on people. So that's how they lie.
Oh, okay.
So, CNN did not lie.
No, contend then with what what Lai Mohammed is saying. So this is for Yadan Lekoko and Charles. It says, addressing newsmen on Wednesday in Abuja on the first anniversary of the Lekki Tollgate incident, the minister reiterated that contrary to the claims by CNN, Amnesty International, and the disc jockey, the military did not fire at protesters. It goes on to say, it says that CNN acted unprofessionally by relying on unverified and possibly doctored social media videos, as well as other open source information, to conclude that a massacre took place at the Lekki toll gate. On its part, so listen to this part now. On its part, CNN went from saying 38 people were killed to 2 people were killed to just 1 after a supposed global exclusive, even when the network had no reporter on the ground at the Lekki toll gate on October the 20th. So just to that space, and we did see them continue to whittle down the numbers and edit down the numbers. Now CNN unverified report claiming massacres from 38 persons, now struggling to verify that even 1 person got killed. So they've given them an escape route, have they not? By
Well,
that.
well, I didn't follow up well with the CNN report about how many people that were killed. I didn't follow up with that, so I cannot really say much on that. But at the panel of judicial inquiry that was set up in Lagos, it was confirmed there that 98 people were killed. I mean, yes, 98 people were
Are
killed.
those anecdotal
One man.
confirmation
One
or
man.
evidence? Is that
98
evidence based? Is that
98
evidence
people,
based?
98 people were killed, and they brought, a bullet that was shot from hospital that carried out
Wow.
hospital. They brought bullet that after surgery,
Where are the bodies?
Huh?
One man.
They had it.
Where are
They
the
had
bodies?
it in some people that were not killed that they operated upon. They brought the bullet that were taken out after surgery from their body. They brought it to the panel to show, and that bullet had a number that showed it was Nigerian Army bullet.
Yes.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
where are the bodies? Where are the? I mean,
One man.
98
One
is a
man.
huge yes, go on.
One man. Can I
Military,
interject?
they
Can I
took away
interject?
the bodies.
All right.
Can I interject?
Conject.
Let me help you out. You see, one man, I hope that this video, this discussion, because I'm very glad that you brought this Lekki Tollgate issue again. I hope that this video gets to the eyes of more Americans so they can see for what Nigeria is. Now, let me explain something to you.
Oh, no, how do you mean? No. How do you mean?
Yeah, you know, when the CNN got into Nigeria, that's when they knew, or they just learned something new, that they could report a story with their credible sources, and then the Nigerian factor will come in, and even they themselves will not be sure of what they wrote. That is the Nigerian factor.
What are you talking about?
Lai Mohammed is not to be listened to. You see, what happened on that day was that there's so many people at that toll gate who are already street people. You understand? So many people who were shot dead that day, their family don't even know from time, they don't even know if they are coming home or not. So they're already on the streets, they joined the protest, and they lost their lives, and nobody can account for them today. Only the people who organized.
Where are those families? Where are those families?
That's what I'm telling you. That night, if you go to Lagos, you see a lot of street boys who don't go home. They stay under the bridge. They stay anywhere. So when the organizing of this protest, a lot of them came in and saw that okay, they could be fed and they could be taken care of. Why they just stayed for 3, 4, 5 days, and they were staying they were ready to stay there.
What are you talking
and those
about?
Are the number of people.
Hold on, Exiro. Hold on. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Saying the Americans will see this and say this is what Nigerians are like. CNN claimed 38 people were killed. You've come here to say 98 people were said at the panel. Not one single body has been produced. You are telling us that they carted it away. Everybody had a smartphone at that event, and you are telling us that they found bullets on the street. How does that correlate as a narrative? How does that correlate as a narrative?
One woman.
Yes.
I don't have to start revealing things because we carried our own protest here, and we had our sources there. So I don't have to reveal more.
Yeah.
I'm not just speaking. I'm not just speaking from the empty air. I'm not just speaking from empty air.
Look at that.
But what I'm telling you is that I cannot be telling you. I cannot be telling you. I cannot be revealing things and exposing things. But yes, a lot of people were killed and their bodies were carted away. You don't want to believe. I don't know how long. I don't know how long ago. I don't know your.
Do you think I am for Buhari? Is this what you're saying?
No.
There's nobody that despises. I don't think is more hated by anybody than me. But I am saying, where are the bodies? Is what I am asking. And that is a legitimate question. Yeah.
The bodies were carted away by the army. Just the same way that the army cannot tell you who gave the orders to shoot.
And all the people with smartphones around the space, the network failed on all the smartphones.
People were getting shot or left, right, and center.
Where are the videos? Was it not? Hold on, X0. Hold on.
Yes.
Was Ensars not an Ajebota? And I can bring you the videos now. They were all in luxury cars, all decked up in outfits. So these are people carrying smartphones. So where are the videos?
Now you talk like this woman.
You know the way they carried out that attack. The military carried out that attack. First of all, they turn off all the light.
Yes.
All right. So that people won't be able to shoot video for the public, for the world to see. They turn off all the light around the Lekki area in that vicinity. And they started the shooting. So one man.
Ajale Koko, does it not strike you?
What I'm telling you,
not strike you as curious that we've not seen any videos?
Number one, they turn up. It was a pre-planned operation.
They pre-planned it.
They pre-planned it. The military pre-planned it. They turn off the light around that vicinity, and they carried out the attack. But still, some people were still able to shoot some video that we saw. But because they turned off the light, a lot of people could not shoot the video. But then satellite imagery of these, CNN captured it and they showed it to the world.
Well,
so you believe in Lai Mohammed? Mohammed that is a liar?
No, I don't.
The body of people that were killed, let me tell you one man, the bodies of people that were killed were taken away by the military. This is not the first time they were doing it. I have seen that.
Let me ask a question.
I have witnessed that.
Let me ask a question.
I have witnessed that before.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. Why they have this satellite imaging? Why is CNN revising their body count? Why
that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure. Yes. Do you want to believe Lai Mohammed?
I'm not believing
Are you sure that is it what Lai Mohammed? Is it what Lai Mohammed is saying that you want to believe?
No,
you want to believe what Lai Mohammed is saying?
Let me help you.
I vaguely recall that CNN were revising those numbers. A bit like when Sanusi was CNN was CBN governor when he said they stole 40 billion and then he told us it was 10 billion. This was the number one banker. So CNN essentially they have the same credibility as Lamido Sanusi as a banker, which is just no credibility.
One man. You know, like I told you initially, I said once you get to Nigeria, the Nigeria scenario, the Nigerian terrain, you will find out that you will start doubting even your truths. That's what CNN faced. CNN reported a story. I'm very sure what happened in CNN case was that when I'm coming. I'm very sure what happened in the CNN case was that
you're speculating now.
No, because this is how it normally happens. Even in court, if you get somebody who gives what's it called, information, and they find out that person is partisan or is one of the parties, they will rebuff the report. And that is I think what happened in the CNN case. They asked and they told them, okay, who gave you this story? They said it's one of the people who were part of the protest, and that's how they started doubting the story. But that information was correct. The Nigerian army massacred the Nigerian citizens.
No, on what authority?
They massacred the Nigerian citizens.
Hold on. hold on, X0, you can't do that now.
Yes.
On what
Yes.
authority are you saying that information? Are you saying so glibly and with confidence as though you? On what authority are you saying it's
Yes.
correct? On what
Because
authority?
we carried our own protest here, and we have our information.
Really?
That's what I'm telling you.
Come
Yes,
off
we
it,
have our
man.
But
own
one
people
man
back
doesn't
on the
mean
That
ground.
doesn't
anything,
Yes.
wash
man.
because you said so.
One man, can I interject
One
for a
No,
man.
not
minute,
because I
please?
say so, but I'm telling you the truth.
One man.
Gentlemen, can I interject for a minute?
Okay,
Come
fine.
in,
Yes.
come in,
Let
Jafar.
Jafar interject.
Okay, so we have a problem. There is a problem of credibility, both as it concerns the government, because we cannot take what the government says 100%. Likewise, we cannot take what the protesters says 100%. What I was expecting actually today was like in every memorial, we could get the list of victims. Like when you see 9/11, they will tell you these are the name of people that lost their life on that day. But up to date, assuming the cops got taken away by the military, what about the names? That's my question.
That's what I just said. The truth of
that
the
was my
matter is a lot
question
of
too.
people, a lot of people who came to
Where are
that
the
protest,
families holding up
a lot of people
placard,
that were
holding up?
shot there.
You know what usually happens in these instances? You have the families lining up with their photographs of their children, with the mother looking forlorn, and everybody saying that she's a crestfallen. So where are the crestfallen mothers?
I
With
watched a video.
150,000 people that you say were killed.
I watched a video of a lady standing in a truck saying that my brother was killed here
Yes,
last year.
But one man
I
doesn't mean
watched that.
yes.
I saw that. I saw that video.
I saw a video too of a woman
Yes,
in some
I
bus
saw
stop
that.
in London
She was.
saying her
She
son is missing. Is
no,
that the sum total of it?
not in London. Not this is in
No,
Lekki.
me too. I
Yeah.
saw another one,
So
but just,
yeah. So those people, do you think they are just? You think they were lying?
but that's not
But
firm footing, though. Is that firm footing? Some
do you?
vague.
One man.
Are
Yes.
you saying one man? Are you saying that Nigerian state does not commit extrajudicial killing? Is that your point?
They do
One man.
that every single day. They say it's a savage system.
And
Yes,
then
they kill every day.
are you defending the government position that if somebody is killed or has been killed or were killed or people were killed, they will have seen the body, that the government doesn't take away dead bodies?
No, I am not.
I have witnessed. Look, let me tell you. Hold on, one man. During the time of protests against June 12th on the Ikorodu Road, I saw with my two naked eyes when military came out to clear demonstrators. They killed a lot of people on that expressway, and people that were killed were picked up, threw in the truck, and driven away. I saw it, and they were not seen till today. There was one guy, he's an Alhaji. He just came back from Mecca that very year, and he was shot. They picked his body and took it away till today, and his body was not released. His family have not found his body till today.
Yes.
One of my friends was shot in the head.
But Ajale Koko, that is not what is being contended.
Nigeria state, Nigeria state is. I mean, they killed people like chicken.
But I am not contending that. I am not also contending that they killed a lot of people at Lekki TOLLGATE. I am not contending that. You know what I actually think happened? They killed people. They took them and they incinerated the body they burnt it off. And why I'm saying that is because the Lagos State panel then they quickly went to the army spaces in Lekki, in VI, etc., to try and go into their premises. But the bodies, they had not been able to burn those bodies by then. And there was video cameras there, so it's all over the news. And the army guy said, if you don't leave these premises, this is high-powered ex-justices, legal luminaries. They said, if you don't leave this place, we will disgrace you. This was what they said. So they carted away the bodies and they incinerated it and burnt completely the evidence. That, I think, is what happened. Where I find difficult is just the escape route is just like somebody always seems to give this regime an escape route. So that rush to print that CNN did, not verifying something, and people not being able to capture these things in a video form, it has essentially opened that window of escape for this administration. When CNN is reporting 38 bodies as a headline, revising it down to 2, and struggling to hold on to one body, then that gives, because they can then attack CNN that look at these international people that are saying this and that. It's just the escape route. So
No,
where
they didn't have no escape
where
route.
are the bodies? Where are the bodies?
They didn't have no escape route. What the Nigerian state did was that they did not allow a thorough investigation to be carried out. Let them allow a thorough, open investigation to be carried out. You will see that they will be exposed.
Yeah, but it's
They
too late
will
now.
be
1 year
You
later,
know what
they
they
throw
do.
it
Can I
Just
say
mention the
something?
scenario when the
so-
top judges and all the rest went to the army to want to investigate, and they didn't allow them in. That is what they do all the time. They like to cover up their dirty works. That's what they do.
All right, let's hear from Truth to Power, who wanted to come in. Truth to Power, you wanted to say.
Yeah, one man, good evening. Now,
Good evening.
I just want to say something briefly. Now, CNN, we must not forget that CNN is no arbiter, no final arbiter of any truth. So if you're waiting for CNN to validate what truly happened on the ground that day, personally, I think that's just that's not good enough. Human beings lost their lives. We might contend all we want for the number of the dead. We might come up with figures, throw up figures. It really does not matter. The life of one person is as much important as the life of 100 people. People were killed on that night. Whether we could see the bodies or not, it's inconsequential. Because we couldn't see the bodies does not invalidate that people died. So the discourse should what are you saying?
Myself, I said, how do you know that?
That lives were lost?
Yes, how do you know that?
Anecdotal evidences.
Oh, right. He said,
Yeah.
she said. He said, she said.
Yeah, but how do you?
So you believe the government? You believe the government? One man.
Let me ask you something. One man.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that somebody comes out to say they lost a relative, just one person comes out, does not prove that somebody died?
You know, there's not sufficient enough of people coming out. Is really where my concern is.
Yeah,
because you know what they are using, massacre. You know that is what they are saying.
Personally,
we're not seeing anybody coming out to say that I'm missing a loved one.
Personally,
they got rid of the body. Where are the families?
So what I want to say to that is this. Like I said, the actual number of the dead might. You see, for all time, it will be in contention. But the most important thing that matters is that people lost their lives. Whether it is one person.
You can't say that, can you?
One man. Why you asking? Why that question? One man.
How are you saying that?
Can I say something, please? Can I interject?
Come in, engineer.
Okay.
Let's engineer. Yeah, come in, engineer.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. First and foremost, one man. I will first of all plead with you. If we can have a minute silent on behalf of people who lost their lives, because my family friend, I can call as a cousin, he lost his life there. Let me start from there. And up to today, we didn't see the dead body. So it's something.
There we go. One man.
It's something you need to understand, one man.
You hear that now?
There we go.
You hear that now?
If you're saying
one
man.
My relative, he lost his life there.
Nigeria is the most useless person that respects
and that's why
they don't value human life. They don't value nothing. I have seen it with my eyes.
I'm just pleading with you, one man.
Like chicken, they are picking them one after the other on the Korodu road, and they took all of them away.
If we can just have a minute silent, please.
All right.
It's up to you, one man.
Oh, okay. Maybe not a minute, but a moment. All right, thank you, engineer. But that was a bit of a joro that you played there,
No,
engineer.
that's not a bit of a joke. I must be honest to you, one man. That's
You can't say
one
let's
man.
observe a moment silence, and we will not. But that was a bit of a joro. But
No,
carry on.
one man. I'm telling you based on facts. This is what happened to my relative. I must be honest to you. And we all decide since we can't find his dead body, we just have to give him his final rest.
Okay, can you narrate that story? Because of course you are now speaking of something that can you
Yeah,
narrate
because
that story?
he was there when the incident happened. When they switched off the light, immediately they switch off the light, they start shooting. And unluckily, he's one of the people at the front line there, and the bullet got him. By the time people run away, the army came in and picked some of the dead body and run away with it.
And some were still alive when they picked them. And they burnt them like that.
Most cases,
yeah, some are
they are still alive.
Yeah, they're still alive when they picked them. So that's why I tell you that don't doubt. Somebody who was picked and put among dead bodies, he stood up and ran away from the dead bodies. That is how I got my own evidence. There were a lot of dead bodies in the truck, and he got up and ran away. He was picked and put there alive among dead bodies. And he he gave evidence of, he said about 20 dead bodies in that truck. So what are you saying? Why are you doubting this? I was part of the organ.
I'm not doubting it. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, but that's why I told you. That's why I told you that the CNN came here and they met the kind of lie they have never met before, ever since they started reporting. When you come to Nigeria to report, you will doubt yourself. That's what happened. And CNN were forced to retract.
But this is exactly, you are saying what I am saying, X0. By not verifying and being on firm footing, what CNN have done now is to open an escape portal for the Nigerian government now, because they can then they can attack CNN frontally and then just defeat CNN and then defeat that narrative to say that
you cannot say CNN didn't verify. What I'm telling you is they verified, but they verified from a source. They verified. Thank you. Let me learn now. They got the information from people who are part of the protesters. So they were told by their organs that you cannot get information from these people because they can inflate the numbers. You understand? They were doing their own reports quite already. They saw their own, and then they got more evidence from part of the protesters, and they were told from their office, you cannot get evidence from people who are protesting because they can inflate. So they were forced. They were just at the point where they cannot report, they cannot go on with the story. They have to just bring it down to 2 or 1. That's what happened there. Because if you go to a court and you bring in somebody who is partisan, they'll tell you this person cannot give evidence because he's partisan. That's what happened there. But as far as people dying, yes, people died. A lot of people. Some of the people who came there who were shot, their family didn't even bother to go and check because they were streets. Omota. They were enjoying. Some people came there to, okay, since we are eating and we are getting water and drinks, we can stay here all through. You know? Yeah, you can come and
but a lot of it anecdotal, of course. But Baba Akure, good to see you.
Thank you very much. I think I made comments in the section here. That's why I want to speak on very fast. All of us here and one man is just pulling you guys' leg. Even one man himself knew that people died that very day. There's no doubt about that. So then you guys just argue with one man. You're supposed to just ignore that and move on.
Good comment, Baba Akure. People should be aware of that. One man is just pulling their legs.
So, exactly. You see one man run away now. He is pulling your legs. So you just argue for nothing. One man himself.
He ran away to take some drink.
What evidence do you want? What evidence do you want? What evidence do you want?
What is usually the evidence of a massacre?
Don't worry, one man. I'm going to refer you now.
You're looking for body in Nigeria.
I'm going to refer you now.
No.
Go and watch the judicial panel of Lagos State. Then you will see how our own military now admit to killing people. Initially, they said to us that military were not there. Then they came out, they changed their voice. Okay, well, they were there.
We are losing you, Baba, correct?
What happened to your audio?
Okay.
You see?
They said our military said, okay, some people, some thought just use a uniform, a military uniform, to come to TOLLGATE to shoot people. Then they came after. They said, okay, well, military were there, but they didn't use live ammunition. They used only rubber bullets. Then they changed that. Oh, well, they were there, and then they use live bullet, but they shoot it in the air.
In the air. They were changing position from one step to the other.
Eventually, they admitted.
Okay.
And watch judiciary panel of Lagos State.
In addition to that, you know how they found out is the military, because the guns they use, the bullets,
yes,
the empty cartridge. This is why I was telling you the other day, one man in Nigeria. If you want to know the kind of weapon people use, through the cartridge. If police they investigate, they will tell you where the cartridge is coming from and which uniform uses that weapon. So those are the things that they uses through the cartridge. That's how they get to know it's a military weapon. And that's why the military they gave up.
I think
one
man needs to change the topic because he's just pulling you guys' leg.
No. By the way, I mean, you hear me all the time. I'm no supporter of Buhari or his gunmen, and of course, people were killed, almost certainly. But it is just the way that the story is being dabarooed, you know, and the story is going to be dabarooed on that premise that where are the bodies. So that is what Lai Mohammed will say to you. Where are the bodies? If a massacre is not somebody, it's not when up two people got shot. It's a massacre. You can't have a massacre and not have bodies.
I will still refer you back to the judiciary panel, Lagos State judiciary panel. The government medical doctor came out and said 9 people brought to his hospital. So you can go and review it. Review the documentary for Lagos State Judiciary Panel. Then you will see it is really, even we don't even have evidence. Let's agree. We that we are talking here, we don't have evidence. But the official came out and give us figure. So you can go back to the Judiciary Panel.
Okay. Listen to this, Baba Kore. An indiscriminate and brutal slaughter.
I think you are talking to Charles, right?
Yeah, no, yes. Is Charles still there? So listen to this then, everybody then, including you, Charles, but primarily you, Charles. An indiscriminate and brutal slaughter of many people. That is what a massacre is, an indiscriminate and brutal slaughter of many people. So if we're claiming that a massacre took place, then surely we should at least see the body. Have we seen a body even?
One man.
Yes, sir.
I told you bodies were taken away by the military.
All of them. Nobody caught anything on camera. All the smart.
But even your
that is their usual practice. Whenever they go on a killing spree like that, they are prepared. They have planned the way they want to do it, and when they go into it, all the bodies of victims, they will cut them away. That is the style. That is the way military. I mean, I have witnessed it. I have seen it several times. That is the way they carried out their operation, because they don't want to leave any evidence behind. They don't want to leave any evidence behind to be used against them and the law court. So they will take them away.
One man.
Yes.
And I've told you somebody in my area that I was living before, he was killed like that on a Ikorodu road. His body was taken away and was not found up to today. They saw it. People saw the body because they were shooting sporadically. The guy gone down, the bullet hit the guy, he couldn't walk, the military guy got him, and people were shouting and they took him into their truck, and that's how they took him away. Another friend of mine was shot in the head. He was taken to Luke, God saved him, that they couldn't get the area guys quickly pick him up and took him away. Otherwise, they would have took his body. He was safe. We took him to loot. So look, at loot, when I saw it, if you see hundreds of people that were shot, that were on the ground everywhere at loot, I mean, you'll be surprised that how can they do this to their citizens? A lot of people that were shot by Abashari did during the Abiola district. And a lot were taken away.
I think it's IBB that did that. It wasn't Abacha. I think it's IBB.
No, it was Abacha. It was I remember.
Okay, maybe because he was the chief of defense staff then.
Oh yes, you are right. He was the chief of defense. Yes, so he did it then. So that is their style. That is the way they carried out their operation. They will not leave any dead body behind. They will carry everything away so that there won't be evidence to use against them.
All right, let's get back to Charles.
Before you go back to Charles, one man, let me ask you a simple question. If this should happen at night, that Uber driver, do you think he will be alive?
Which Uber driver?
The one they gave him the dirty slap of his life.
You mean today?
Yes. If that should happen at night, do you think he'll be alive?
No, I don't think they were out to kill this time around. I wouldn't.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think that guy will survive?
This is what the engineer is referring to.
Yes, that guy.
Did you attack anybody? No. What did they tell you when they tried to put you in the car the first time?
They tell me my car, I will get my car somewhere, but they want to put me that thing. I will never enter that thing because I'm not 18.
So it looks like, have they left you alone now? Are you free to go?
Like I will have to go because maybe I'll come back for my car.
Exactly.
They took some car away.
What type of injuries did you suffer? Did they hurt you in any way? Were you beaten?
He got the tear gas.
This is aftermath of the video, one man, because there was a time they are trying to put him in that van.
No, that was another one. That's another guy.
Because the amount of slap he received.
There was one, the pepper spray, they point his eye, blood like a blood was cutting out from his face. That was the guy.
That's the same guy. That's the same guy.
And Lai Mohammed will come and talk nonsense. That man that we will see what will end him in life.
You know, even his own son was against him in that NSAS because his son came out at that time to say that this is enough. His son was fighting from Lagos, Lai Mohammed's son. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I mean,
one man, please. Let me interject, please. Do you know? Last year, a couple of days later, there was some dead body was floating on water. Somewhere near where these shootings happened last year. There were some bodies that were floating on water that people were pulling out of the water. So the military men know how to dispose their victim if they were killed. I'm asking one man now, are you saying nobody has been killed?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that the information has been so badly mishandled and so many opportunities missed that they have given the Buhari regime an escape portal. A lot of people there, they could have recorded something which we could have been able to hold on to. CNN could have been a bit more circumspect in how they reported it, but they are now changing figures. And the moment you change just one figure in terms of that reportage, then it completely then discredits the whole narrative. So by not acting as they should, the people at that space, and not reporting as they should, the media space, they have yet again given now this brutal Buhari regime an escape route. So they've opened.
Then one man, let me come in here. I follow the Lagos panel closely every day. Major General Taiwo,
I mentioned his name. Go and watch the video. Major General Taiwo said Lagos State government called them to intervene to dispatch the protesters. But the Lagos State government doesn't tell them to kill. But you know the modus operandi of the military. And I think it's here time we change our police force not to police force. We should change them to police department, because this force has entered their brain. I listened to one policeman. He said after he graduated from police academy, he was telling one of his friends, he said, now I've getting the power. I will go out there and leash terror on Nigerian citizens. Can you see that?
All right. Well, that's just your account. But thank you. Let Charles round off his thoughts, and then I'll move on. So, Charles, are you there? Charlie boy, unmute yourself, Charles.
Charles.
Okay. Okay. I think
He
Charles
went to pray.
He went to pray. Yes, he usually goes to pray around about this time. So now let me go. Are you there, Charles?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to wrap up that space for us so I can go to Ajanle Koko with the next talking point?
Yeah, you see, when we know Nigerian government are liars. They kill so many people. They massacre so many people. They don't want to know the truth. They know what they're doing. They kill many people. Like same day, they did a python dance in Lagos. They do that everywhere. They kill people and they lie. They're behind the killing animals. They're behind the killing everywhere. Nigerian government always kill people. They know they do the crime. They kill people. Why should we want Nigeria when we be killed? That's what you end Nigeria now. 100%. Nigeria should be a country. You be killed every day. Anyone say one Nigeria is a hypocrite. It's a hypocrite. Anyone say one Nigeria, shame on to them. No one Nigeria. People get killed every day and dying. And Nigeria now. No more Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So, Charles, let me go on to Ajanle Koko next. This is engineer's recommendation that we should just rattle through with a topic. So let me leave that answer space and go to Babatunde Fashola, a man that I suspect that you admire. But do you admire him for this, Ajanle Koko?
I don't admire him in the first
at all.
instance. No,
okay,
no,
all right.
no.
Then you probably have even more reasons not to admire him after this headline. Buhari's government borrows for Nigeria's unborn children so that they can enjoy infrastructure. So this is Fashola speaking, and his argument is that, look, a lot of people come out into the public space to say that they have mortgaged the future of the unborn child within the Nigerian space. But then what Fashola is saying is that, yes, we are mortgaging their future only to secure it, that the infrastructures that we are building now is for their future. So this is his argument. But then the data really that is now showing the level of our borrowing. Let me give you this. Let me give you this paragraph. It says this is in spite of the escalation in public debt since the inception of the Buhari administration. In comparison to previous governments, foreign debt has grown 3 times more. So that's 3 times more. Hold that, but listen to the rest of it. So it has gone 3 times more. So that is already shocking. So 3 times more than the combined figure recorded by the past 3 administrations. So not just 3 times more than Goodluck Jonathan or Yar'Adua or Obasanjo, 3 times more than the combination of all of them, this guy has borrowed. And Fashola is pointing to Shagamu Road that he has put tarmac on some ground. What are you making of this? He's insistent that it will continue to mortgage the future of the unborn Nigerian child. What says you, Ajanle Koko?
Well, I'm not surprised that he speak like that, because he has made so much money fraudulently while he was the governor of Lagos State, and he's still making that money right now. So his own immediate family are not going to suffer what Nigerians are going to suffer in the future. So he is a failure in the first place. He is a failure. And I'm glad that he made this statement, because most people, particularly Yorubas, see somebody like this guy, Fashola, as a person that is capable of running a state or running a country. Some people look at him as a very capable, somebody that can, somebody that have senses in his head. We not said, yes, we want to mortgage the future of the coming generation, and that we are building the infrastructure for the coming generation. It won't make such statement. Every statement that people in the position of leadership make matters, and they have to watch what they say, because what comes out from their mouth carries weight and can be interpreted in so many ways. So a person in the position of leadership, or a leader rather, should not speak like that. So it's a very disappointing statement. This administration, this infrastructure, they are basking around that we are building infrastructure. We are building infrastructure. We are building infrastructure. Last year, they run expenses on that railway that is running. The expenses as per the maintenance and the recurrent expenditure on that railway was 16.5 billion naira. How much did they make? How much did they make last year on that railway they are talking about? They make 1.something billion. And the expenses as per maintenance and recurrent expenditure for salary or worker and all the rest. So they are running at loss. So definitely next year they're going to run at loss. They continue to run at loss. So what we are going to see as per this infrastructure, as per railway they are talking about, these are not more than these are locomotive. These are locomotive railway. These are not electrical. These are locomotive, and they're basking. Most of the time, you will see the AC will not work. Sometimes they will say some parts are breaking apart. We have seen several videos. Some parts inside the train are breaking apart, are falling out. So
even the train has breakdown in the middle of
middle of the night.
Yes, and that one was in the north, in the middle of Boko Haram.
Between Abuja and Kaduna, it broke down in the night.
You know, they had to deploy military helicopters to that space when that thing broke down, because that was in the heartland of banditry, you know.
Bandit. So, Fashola is we should be ashamed of this kind of people being our leaders, occupying a very sensitive position and making this kind of statement. It's so senseless, and it's a statement that is I cannot stomach that statement. It just make me see him as a person, the way I perceive him, the way I've seen him, the way I know him, that is a very incompetent man. He has displayed it once again by making such
I thought you were a Fashola man, you know.
I'm not his man. It's just, look, the way they run Lagos, it was just propaganda. A lot of more propaganda, more than what they did. More than what they did. This is a man that increased the tuition fee from 50,000 to like 250 or 300,000. A lot of students have to drop out because their parent does not have money to pay. They don't have that money to pay for tuition fee of their kids. All in the sense that, oh, we want to make school better. You are making a lot of money. You have to inject money on education, on healthcare, on infrastructure, and on provision of water for the people of that state. If you cannot spend money on education, what else do you want to spend money on that people will feel the impact of the government? Education, healthcare. These are two: education, healthcare, water,
transportation.
Transportation. I mean, look, healthcare and education and water. These are the most three things that state government have to provide, have to make sure that, and the road, you have to make sure that this thing works well and runs well in your state. When it does not, when you don't make it affordable to people, that means you are not a good leader. How much did his parents spend to send him to school? Was it not free education that he attended? Come on, these are bad leaders, man.
Let me give you this, Ajale Koko. You were speaking about Fashola and how he has made so much money out of the system, etc. And when you were saying that, that just reminded me something I heard Fashola himself said, that every single year he repaints his house, which is painted white in Ikoyi. That house, of course, was built by the Lagos state government as part of his package when he was leaving office. But this now, a story from, I think, the British Guardian newspaper. It says, Nigeria's political golden boy now facing allegations of corruption. So this is from the past, this story. It says, once hailed as the man who tamed Nigeria's most lawless city, Babatunde Fashola has found himself at the center of a corruption scandal that threatens to mar the new administration's attempt to present a clean image. Since stepping down as governor of Lagos in May after a maximum two-term in office, Fashola has been confronted with allegations of misuse of finances. He stands accused of awarding hugely inflated contracts and leaving debt in excess of $2.1 billion to his successor, Akinwumi Ambode. So $2.1 billion scandal, Fashola. So there you are. You see all this, it's just what you were saying, how he enriched himself. That just then put me in mind that this guy, he just using state funds just for all manners of nonsensities. So Ajandis Koko, thank you. Unless you want to round up on that spot, then I'll go on to X0.
Look, let me tell you. You see, these people fight hard all the time at every election cycle so that Lagos State will not drop off their hand, because a lot of corrupt practices that are perpetrated, the records are there in Lagos. And whether they like it or not, very soon that state will be taken away from them. And when that state is taken away from them, you people will be shocked of how much these people looted out of Lagos State.
The only thing that would take Lagos from Tinubu and his merry men will be a military intervention. Under a democratic space, or what they are saying is democracy in Nigeria, Lagos will never leave Tinubu's hands. Not even in life or death will it ever.
I agreed with you, one man, completely. I agreed.
You guys don't know the politics that is going on in Lagos now.
Oh, you are right.
They will do everything to hold it, but people are ready to. And to defeat
which people. Which people, my brother?
Well, don't worry. Let it get to that time.
Koko, do you know why I said that? Do you know why I said this thing will never leave Tinubu's hands?
Yeah.
And I'm saying Tinubu both as a person and as an idea, as an entity. So even long after he's gone, he'll still be in his grasp. You see, what Tinubu has done is he controls all of the apparatus that decides who sits at that space. He controls the Agberos. The Agbero, they will always feed under Tinubu, and they will feed fat. You know,
He gave his
he controls
daughter the.
the Iyalojas. His daughter is his daughter, not the Iyaloja.
Of course, she's the
You know,
headman of
you
Agros
know,
in Lagos.
he controls the unions. He controls the state assembly. So anything that is going to decide who sits on that seat, he controls it, and he controls it generously. He pumps money at them like no tomorrow. You know.
One man, please. He control even beyond Lagos State, down to Osun State, down to other states. That man is powerful.
Only my own state, of course, it doesn't control, because we don't allow for,
Yes, you are right. Still, Osun State, it determines some post in Osun State. So what are we talking about?
It's not even his cousin. No, Oyetola. Is it Oyetola? Because Oyetola
Yes,
is his first cousin.
you are right.
They're first cousins now.
His family member, unborn children, they have their own position in Lagos.
So forget Lagos ever coming out of the Tinubu hand. It will never happen.
It's because you people never practiced politics before. That is why you are talking like this. Power can be taken out of anybody's hand anytime, any day. It will just come like a magic. Where is Saraki? Do you know how long Saraki dynasty reigned in Kwara politics? But where are they today?
Are they not still ruling, my brother? Are you saying Bukola Saraki is not relevant in Kwara State today?
Didn't they take Kwara from him? Is he in control
I know,
of
but
Kwara
they
now?
are still relevant. That's what I want you to say.
No, where they will take that power from Tinubu, and it will still be relevant, but that power of running Lagos State will be taken away from him. That's what I'm telling you. Never say in politics that nothing is impossible. Anything is possible anytime.
The only thing, if Tinubu passes on, and then there's a scramble, because there will be a scramble to fill his spot. Fashola feels he's the successor. Ambode feels that he's aggrieved. Sanwo-Olu now feels he's the golden boy. And the Agberos, they then think that they are now big enough to be political players. So the scramble to replace Tinubu is what might break them up. But as long as Tinubu is still there, forget it.
No, you are talking because you have never involved in politics. That's why you are talking like this.
How do you know that? How do you know? I haven't.
If you have involved in politics before, you will know that power can be taken from anybody anytime, particularly when people have been pushed to the wall. You will be shocked the way people will stand up and say, this time we are resisting it, and they will take it by force from him while he's still alive. So what I'm trying to tell you, look, all this shady deal they did in Lagos, and we've seen nothing to show for it. The health sector in Lagos State does not run well the way it's supposed to.
How do you mean?
You go there yourself.
Lagos State University Teaching Hospital is probably the best public hospital in Nigeria.
And it can be ranked with which other one in Africa?
Well, I don't know, but certainly in Nigeria.
Can you compete? Can you compare it to what you have in South Africa or in Ghana?
The Saudi royal family, they are coming to use it.
Even in the Republic of Benin, can you compare it with it? And I mean, we just make noise. It's just noise, man. I am
There's
telling you.
You
see, they have the best, and they cannot take treatment there. They have to go to London for treatment. Is that a way a leader have to govern a state? Alhaji Jakonde, when he was governor of Lagos State, takes treatment in General Hospital. He doesn't go abroad for treatment. Ask them. For 20 years they have run that state. How many housing units have they built for poor people in Lagos State. Affordable housing units, how many? And I can tell you that within 4 years that Alhaji Jakonde run Lagos State, it built over 500,000 housing units for Lagosians. Within 4 years.
All right. Ajanle Koko, Alexander disagrees with you. First time ever. He says, Ajanle Koko, I absolutely disagree with you on Fashola's incompetence. I might just be biased, but I think you have been a bit unfair in your analysis on Fashola. So that is Alexander super chat at Ajanle Koko. But then, of course, Alexander has just put the proviso that he might well be a bit biased because Alexander, of course, were one of the elites, and Fashola, and well, he's trying to enter that elite circle now. But there we are.
Very soon they will soon come out with the skeleton they have in their cupboard. You see the amount of indebtedness he left behind. Do you know Lagos State carries more indebtedness than any other state in the whole of Federation? Huge. If you want to look at the balance sheet of Lagos State in the real sense of it, it's in red. It's in red, though they have the potential, they have the revenue capability, to raise revenue. They have all the avenue to raise that revenue, but it's not prudently managed. The wealth of that state is not prudently managed to the benefit of the people of the state. People looted that money. Some people looted that money, and that's why we are not seeing the best of the best.
Tinubu is there. So what are you saying? If they share any money in Lagos State, Tinubu has to get his own share.
How do you know that? Hold on. Who said that? Is that your ex-hero? Who said that?
No, it's me, Thomas.
So on what authority are you saying that? On what authority are you saying that Tinubu gets his cut?
My brother, they know how to share it. You can't know that. They know how to share that.
But do you know that?
Alphabeta now is referring to Alphabeta now.
Yeah,
that collect all the revenue, the revenue, and the Baba take 10% or 20%. That's billions of naira.
It's a registered company doing legitimate work now.
Yeah, but they have to pay bribe now. One man, he's saying the truth. Let me be honest with you. This is what happened. He's saying
every deal that goes down, Tinubu gets his cut. But he's saying that just
during Fashola, of course, Tinubu gets his own cut.
He knows it. How do you know that, though, engineer?
Okay, let me tell you something. What happened? One man,
you are very funny,
right? When Tinubu came in first time, he did well. He created BRT. Everybody, they're so happy. The man is doing well, right? His second term is looting term. There was a time he has an issue with Tinubu himself. You know why? Because people, the indigenous of that land, I think he had an issue with them. He went and destroyed their property. And they reported him to Tinubu. They end up a bit kind of like a clash. But in terms of any money passing through, one man, I'm telling you, Tinubu is getting his own court.
God bless you, my
brother.
brother.
You cannot say that. Is the
I'm
thing.
telling you, one man, I will find the reality of things and email it to you. You read it and see it yourself.
One man. Let me say something. What do you think caused rift between Tinubu and Hambode?
Ideological differences.
Doesn't want to dance.
Because he's not bringing returns.
It's money.
So why can it not be ideological differences?
Disobedient.
Not about ideological, my brother. Hambode is a firm man. He wants to rule the state as he's supposed to do that.
Is Hambode corrupt? Is Hambode corrupt?
I can't say Hambode is corrupt.
Is it corrupt?
It's not corrupt. It's not corrupt.
No, don't say that. He's corrupt.
You say money too. It hasn't been proven, but it has not been proven that Tinubu is corrupt. But you think it's corrupt?
He stole money too.
Any politician in Nigeria, they are all corrupt.
He stole money too. So, one man, That guy, well, to my brother, Alexander Gomez, yeah. Very soon, when Lagos is taken away from those people, we'll be shocked. But then, brother Alexander, we will send some greeting cards or some messages.
Happily.
Yeah, that you said it, but I pray that power is taken away from there. That is when we will see a change in Lagos. But as long as those people remain in control of Lagos, there's not gonna be. If
Tinubu becomes president, he will turn Lagos into London now.
Well, they will not turn anything. They will continue the looting spree. That is what they know. That is what they have been doing. They can't change. You think when people are used to doing certain things, you think they will change the way that is good for them? You think they will change away from that? No. Even he cannot be a good president for your country. Forget it. You can't keep a looter. A person that is a looter, you can't keep a looter to guide your nation. They will loot everything.
But everybody is a looter in Nigeria, though, are they not?
Yeah, all of them. All the politicians, they are looters, but there are some that are babas and the looters. Tinubu is one of them.
Because I'm talking about even people like Mogalu and people like Showore, they are looters too.
No, those guys have not heard. Hold on. We have to be fair to those guys, man. We have to be fair to Mogalu. We have to be fair to Showore. They've not held any position, and they've not managed any position before. They have not looted our money before.
Even Peter Obi self.
Those Peter Obi self. That one, put that one, but I know where you are going to. On that. But put that one by the corner. So don't accuse Showore and this thing of no. Those guys are not corrupt. Let's keep them by the side. But all the serving politicians, I beg, don't trust any one of them.
All right, let's get a little bit of a flavor of your man now before we go to X0. Ajanle Koko. If it's not a looter, it's certainly a looter. So is either a looter or a looter. So this is him, a looter in.
Yeah.
Doing his toto, the way it's like. Look at it.
The people united can never be defeated.
Wanted to commemorate Nigeria's greatest rebellion by the youth of all times, which was NSAS 2020.
You see, that's just why I don't like our. It's just an attention seeker.
That is our man. That is our man.
Hero.
That's our hero. It's an attention.
That's our hero. One man.
Thank you. What did you say
that's
now,
our
engineer?
hero.
Poser.
So when I call him a poser, when I call him just a poser, this is what I mean. Look at this character now. He claims he's protesting, in Amani.
Can never be defeated.
Wanted to commemorate Nigeria's.
That guy is just he's a Nollywood actor, isn't he? Really?
That's our hero. Hey, one man. We have to commend these people for their courage to come out every time to challenge barbaric rule, extrajudicial killing, police brutality, and for fighting for the right of the people. This is democracy. If we don't stand up and fight for our right, if you don't go to the street to fight for our right, there is no way you can push your message to the right voters.
But have you ever seen Che Guevara wearing Louis Vuitton sunglasses and Paco Rabanne t-shirt and talking ton? Is that revolution? Louis Vuitton and Armani?
Look, the guy is not a poor guy, right?
All right.
You know that. You know he's not poor. So that is why you have to commend him. For a person that is not poor fighting for poor people. That is, God blesses people like that because they are fighting.
Amen.
Yes, God blesses them because they are not poor, but they are fighting for the right of the poor. So instead of us to commend them, don't make a derogatory statement about them. I mean, against them. It's not good. Don't mischaracterize them. These guys are trying. Look at even the lawyer. You see that lawyer that fought for Igbo's, those Igbo's boys that fought Pelumi, Betty. He was there too. He was there too. So we need this. Look, we have to fight for our nation. That nation belongs to us, not this criminal.
What do you make of the narrative? And I think even Ovie has said it here before that what Showore is just doing essentially is building up political cachet for himself for the future, which is going to cash in. Of course, Buhari doesn't have another 10 years. None of the people holding us hostage, none of them really have another 10 years, just for reasons of age. But then, of course, then in 10 years' time, Showore will still be around about 60 thereabout, which is still relatively young. So is he just building up political cachet then for the future when all these people would have been and gone, and then he can then straddle the space to cash in all of this posing that he's been doing?
Yeah, building political cachet for his future is secondary. But the primary thing he's doing now is to correct the
narrative,
these criminal mismanagement of the country. That is what he's fighting for now. So that political ambition is secondary. So primary purpose why he's on the street now is to kick this criminal in power out of power, for people to take the right position, the right people to take to take the position of power and turn things around for the benefit of the people of that country. That is what he's fighting for. That is why he came into the stage to say, I want to contest for president so that I can make an impact in the life of my people in the country that I belong, I see as my country. That is why this guy is involved. And it's our responsibility as responsible citizens to join him and support him and support everybody, all these people that are on the street fighting. They are not fighting for themselves alone. They are fighting for all of us. But for us to sit down at the comfort corner of our room, drinking coffee, and then mischaracterizing them is bad. Let's stop it. It's not good. It's not good for the future of our children as well.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let me go on to X0. I want to try and bag and tag this session within the next hour and a half, just really so that's the intention, inspired by engineer who just said that is what we should be doing. So let's go on to X0. So X0 to you. Are you there, X0? Okay, we don't seem to have X0. So I think Jafar came in after X0. So Jafar, do we have you? Okay, we don't have Jafar. Engineer, we have you, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right, thank you, engineer. So let me take you to this space now. Engineer, RUFAI speaking, or is this Takia? So this is what he's saying. Declare bandits as terrorists, RUFAI urges federal government. It looks as though the Senate are also pushing for that to be the narrative, that enough is enough. And if we chart the trajectory of this new dimension of criminality and banditry that we have in Nigeria, we can isolate it to a particular sect of people. And this really became a phenomenon, really essentially since 2015. They are saying the borders are porous, but what they are really saying is there are no borders because they're just letting these people in. So marry that story with this story, engineer. This is
Yeah.
Governor Tom. It says insecurity caused by unchecked movement of foreign Fulanis into Nigeria. So that is what Governor Tom is saying. And RUFAI is saying tag the bandits as terrorists. So there's a natural synergy between those two storylines. So chart that course for us, engineer.
Yeah. Greetings to everybody. One man, let me start with RUFAI. You see, when 2023 is round the corner, that's where you see Nigerian governors, the elite, they'll be finding a way to become a friend of Nigerian citizens. Since ever then, when this guy came to power, when there was a massacre in that area, there's a killing in that country, because if there's any killing now in any state, I'll call it is in Nigeria. When there's a massive killing in Nigeria, has this man ever opened up mouth and said this word he's saying now? No. So when it's coming to 2023, he's decided now to come out and say, let's clarify or let's classify the bandits or whatever they call them as a terrorist. See, nobody is foolish now. All this brainwash. Don't come and start making jest of people. Come on. We know all their movement, all these politicians, governors, and the rest and co. They know what they're doing. That's just the truth. They know what they're doing. 2023 is just around the corner. So RUFAI should just stop doing all this, playing all this nasty, evil move, because we know who he is. Don't come out and be deceiving people, saying, "Oh, this we can classify them as a terrorist." What happened in 2015? Did you classify them as terrorists up to date? In the past 6 years of your tenure, did you classify them as terrorists? No. Rather, you are trying to even go behind closed door and have a word with them. All of a sudden now you're doing a U-turn saying we should classify them as terrorists or whatever. Come on, man. 2023 is just around the corner. You better stop all this evil move, because things like this can't move any Nigerians again. Everybody is wise enough now. Enough is enough with all these Nigerian wicked, evil leaders trying to come back now to become a friend to citizens of Nigerians. They should stop. He should stop this nonsense. Enough is enough. And in terms of Otem, Otem have no say. I must be honest to you. That's why he's just sitting and waiting for his tenure to come, so he can finish and vamoose. Because in terms of border and checks and the rest, as a governor of a state, you should have made a move long time ago before this issue will start. You should have made a move and make sure that you protect your state. Or him coming and now giving a vital idea or a positivity of how to control the state or how to control Nigeria, you see, it's just a bit kind of you're giving medicine after death. I call it medicine after death. So it's unfortunate that fair enough if they can do that border check and the rest, but the problem is he is a governor of a state. Those are the things that he needs to put in place, even regardless that the federal government, they are not helping him or backing him or supporting him. You can mobilize people, you can mobilize youth, you can make things work for your state if you genuinely want to. But coming out now and giving that kind of stories, it's unfortunate. I will keep saying this now. 2023 is just around the corner. These people, they know what they want.
Engineer, let me bring you this. I found this shocking. Let me bring you 2 paragraphs. So this is just halfway through the piece. It says, so we support the resolution by the National Assembly, and we're going to follow up with a letter of support for the federal government to declare these bandits and insurgents as terrorists, so that there will be, so that that should read, will be fair game for our military, the governor said. So this is the part I want you to listen to. This is his commissioner for security in Kaduna State, reporting to RUFAI, and this is what he reports. The commissioner had earlier in his report said bandits killed no fewer than 343 and abducted 830 persons, as
Hi.
well as injured 210 persons, amongst them women and minors, within the third quarter of the year in the state. So the third quarter of the year, of course, are 3 months, the most immediate 3 months. So this is not the entirety of this year. This is not the entirety of the 2 terms that El Rufai has been there. Just in 3 months, 343 people killed, 830 abducted, 210 injured, most of them women and children, just within 3 months in one state. So that is what we are. And those are just official figures, by the way.
Of course, if they said 300, if you times it by 3, it's about 9, isn't it?
Thank you, my brother.
So it's going to be 9. You see, Nigeria
is that not shocking though? In 3 months,
one man
in one
is
state.
more than that. It's more than that. This is why I always say, if you see the level how people are dying in that country, honestly, Nigerian elites, from the president down to the bottom part, anybody who is eating federal money, they should be jailed. Honestly, if God can provide a genuine president in that country, you see this tenure from 2015 to 2023, those people, they need to be captured and be jailed. If they can't give account of the atrocity they have committed in that country, the amount of genocide that they have, the bloods that they have soaked so far, come on, it's high time. Honestly, these people need to be jailed. They need to be rotting in cell. I must be honest to you, because look,
but you know the sad thing, engineer, you know that they are not going to be jailed. We know that because we've seen similar administrations in the past, and a lot of them just they kill, they loot, and then they go and sit in the Senate or go and sit in some state house
They get away with they get away with it.
No,
time and time again.
One man, if you
Remember
look,
when we were talking about Jeremiah Husseini and David Mark and all these kind of people?
Yes.
And the long-term mafia and whatnot. They are in the Senate now. And Abubakar Malami will be in State House come next year. And they would all just get away with it, as they always do.
It's sad. It's really sad, because I must be honest to you, during the last tenure, that I think it was PDP, the amount of killing is not that much compared to what we are seeing now, because what we are seeing now is like triple more than the PDP during PDP and regime, because what we are seeing now, honestly, is just blood suckers. They are worse than vampires. I keep saying this. If any Nigerian elite today, they should finish their tenure, they need to hold them accountable. They need to pay for the atrocity they commit in that country, and the blood sucking and the money looting. Those are the things that these people need to pay for it. Otherwise, I'm telling you, that country will never be fixed back to its shape again.
Do you think Nigeria is a lost cause? Can you look to the future and see hope for Nigeria, engineer?
Oh, that's a tough one, man. That's a very tough one. It all depends on the incoming elites and the incoming president. Those are the people that maybe can give a hope in that country. But if they're like this thing that we are seeing, honestly, it's a closed chapter to me.
Have we ever had good governance in the history of Nigeria? And who do you identify as that? And
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody.
So because I cannot think that we've ever had good governance either.
Because I remember they always said, when I was in police children's school, they always said that we are the leaders of tomorrow. And now I'm having children. Yes. My beard are almost getting to white. And I'm still waiting for the leaders of tomorrow while they're the
You,
one
you know
rotating it.
you know the people that told you that that you are the leaders of tomorrow. Do you know that they
During
are
Babangida then,
yes, they are still the one in government.
they are
They are
still the
still
one
the
in
one.
government.
Yes,
Ah,
because Buhari was president 40 years ago, wasn't he, or something? And
yes.
he is still president now.
So
You know,
if they said we are the leaders of tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe till I get to
how
90.
did that even happen, engineer? Some 35, 40 years ago, Buhari was president of Nigeria, and they promised us change, and they told us that that change is Buhari. How did that happen?
Well, as of then, when it
The guy
happened,
that's been ruling you for 40 years, and you are saying you want change, and it's the man that
you
brings you
see,
the change.
one man, the thing is, someone said it the other day in this platform that Jonathan messed up.
Yes.
And if you look at it technically, he really messed up. The thing is, when the
I'm the one that been preaching,
Yeah,
that been
it was
saying that.
Ajale Koko, yes.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank
Is
you.
the root of this problem.
Yes,
We found ourselves today.
you see, I think let me borrow Ajale Koko language now. When those girls were kidnapped, I think America, they use a drone. They see those girls. They just need the permission from Jonathan to clear those Boko Haram. But what happened? He played a
You are
deaf
right, my
ear.
brother.
He
Yes,
played
you
a
are right.
deaf ear. So when he played that deaf ear, that's the failure of that country completely. And people coming into that country when Buhari imported them from Niger, you understand? He vowed they should come and cause things for his election, blah, blah, blah. Jonathan is fully aware of that. What did he do? Nothing. Rather, he's there and the wife's stealing the country money as well. So it's unfortunate, honestly. It's unfortunate. Nigeria is a sweet country, but people who are controlling it, oh my goodness me, it's sad. It's really sad. It's just God that will intervene, honestly. The little hope I have in that country is till we see the new incoming president and the governors elect. So those are the ones that can give hope. Otherwise, there's no hope. There's no
But
hope.
we already know the mix now is going to be I cannot say, the governor of Kebbi State in 2023 is going to be Abubakar Malami. It's just, there's no question about that, and all of these people, they will anoint their successor and just
And the most annoying thing is the
not to
youth
retreat.
again. The youth will go and be jumping up and down and be backing them. So how?
It's a hopeless
Well,
country. I can tell you.
somebody said something again in this platform that coronavirus is something that is not gonna go. It came to stay. So this is how the level of how that corruption has damaged our youth in that country, that when they bribe them with little money, they will just know that, okay, take the future. That's just it. It's sad. It's really sad. We just pray
Okay.
that God will help.
All right. God day. All right.
God
So
will.
God day. Baba Kore, you're up next. Good to see you, Baba Kore. So now let me take you to this space. We go back to the NSAS space again, but we are approaching it from a different angle this time around. Shots were fired again today, which was now yesterday. So shots were fired again today, yesterday, the 20th, but these shots were fired differently. So the shots were fired, but the police commissioner queried why shots were fired. And he was telling them that it wasn't actually guns that were fired, but tear gas canisters. And what he is saying essentially is that they had come to an arrangement with the protesters that the protest will take place between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. So a 2 hour.
10:30.
No, this is what he said. He said they told us they would finish their activities around 10 a.m., adding that whoever was found hanging around is not part of them. So this is what he said. So shots fired again, and then of course swept up in that shot that was fired. Of course, that video clip that we were just watching then. That Uber driver then that they they brought down from his car and pepper sprayed. This was captured on Arise TV as well. So they are protesting against police brutality and shots are fired. So there you are, Baba Akure.
Well, thank you for having me tonight, and thank you everybody. I don't see Nigerian police to be changed anyway, because even before the answers, there was a video that was in circulation about 2 days ago, the one that happened, I think, in Kogi State, when one policeman said blood will flow and slapped one guy because he carried laptop and it was
No, you are getting it wrong. He took the passenger to an ATM to collect 24,000 naira.
I'm just coming, Sam. I'm coming to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what I made to understand, I don't know if it's 24 or 25, but what I made to understand is 25,000. So, and that is what the youth fought for last year. And since that last year, has anything changed? No. Because even during the answer itself, not quite 2 weeks after, people still complaining that it's still police on the road extorting them. And today, what do we see? We still see the same. Though I've not been to Nigeria, but we are hearing the story that you still have to give them money. You still have to pay your due on the road before they let you pass. So this is what these people are fighting for last year, and it still continues today. Police claim that the fire canister or whatever they call, or water cannon or whatever they might say, if in as much, because Anambra election, you want to deploy 35,000 policemen just for election. But this is a very important event. We cannot shy away from it. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter either you are Hausa, either you are Igbo, or you are Yoruba, or you are Ibibio. We cannot shy away from it. You are a poor man, you are a rich man. It is what happened. It is what everybody in Nigeria, supposed to at least to mark that very day as a black day in Nigeria history, just like a Biafra war. So it is not something that we should joke with. It is what we see all over the world. It doesn't really matter either two people die or whatever. Our military officer, they started from we were not there. Governor denied. Everybody denied. They cook up stories over and over and over and over and over again until when they came out that we were there, they only shot bullet. The same thing they said last year, that they only went there with rubber bullets. The same thing we are still seeing today. How can you pepper spray somebody? Because if somebody is protesting,
it's sad. It's sad.
You didn't see the person they carry gun. It's not even arguing with you. It's not even fighting you. Pepper spray is you use it when somebody is going to attack you, maybe harm you, either particularly with sharp objects. Then you can pepper spray that person. Because our police, they lack training. The person who's using pepper spray on another person, did he himself, when he was receiving training, did he take that pepper spray? He didn't. But when we receive that training, if you want to be a police officer, you want to be a prison officer, you want to use pepper spray, you have to test it here. You have to see how painful. Because it is what I took before. So I cannot just discharge it to somebody knowing fully well that this is how I feel. So what if that person has asthma?
That's it. That's it.
And you discharge pepper spray on that person. That is it.
That's it.
Claiming that it is pepper spray again. Because when you use pepper spray like this, you won't be able to breathe.
In addition to that, they have video where some policemen They used tear gas, and one of the tear gas dropped on the floor. They forgot about it. Yes. What? Imagine, and they call them a trained police force.
So
what a sad.
Nigeria is a very sad place to associate yourself with, because like me, it is my country. I am born there. It is very, very sad when we see what is going on in Nigeria. As well as our police force, our leaders, they don't even have direction. Everybody just behaving anyhow. So I think you want to say something.
No, I wanted actually to infuse this storyline to what you're saying. So you know, a lot of these things, they are highly politicized. But I want to bring you this narrative, and then I want your commentary on it. I want to be a bit ambiguous in how I describe it, so that you then get to fully describe it as you say it. So listen to this, Ababa Kure. It says, NSAS protest, Saraki painting Buhari government black for political gain. So let me just quickly rattle through it. The Buhari media organization BMO on Wednesday accused former Senate President Bukola Saraki of seeking to make political capital from the first anniversary of Lekki TOLLGATE shooting of NSAS protesters by painting the federal government black. Correspondents have reported Saraki as saying that nothing has really been done by the government to resolve the issues that caused the NSAS protest in the first place. He said, it is worrying that despite the acceptance of the 545 demands, nothing has really been done to resolve the issues that caused the protest in the first place. None of the policemen accused of torturing and extrajudicially murdering Nigerian citizens have been brought to justice. There has been no marked improvement in the funding or quality of equipment available to the Nigerian police force, and these incidents of torture continue in many security facilities nationwide. Furthermore, none of the perpetrators of the attack on Nigerians exercising their rights to peaceful assembly have been arrested or prosecuted, despite many of them being identified. So this is what Saraki put forward. Reacting in a statement, I'm not going to read out their names, BMA said Saraki's statement varies with all that the government has done in addressing the issues that led to NSAS. So they are not claiming that the government has done things. According to the group, first we need to remind Saraki that in the aftermath of the protest, the federal government scrapped the Special Anti-Robbery Squad SARS of the Nigerian Police Force as an immediate response. The federal government also set up the Police Trust Fund, which will ensure that 1% of the federal revenue is paid into the account. The government has also voted 13.3 trillion naira for the community policing across the country as a way of bringing policing closer to the people and ensuring adequate security, as well as initiated plans through the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission to upwardly review police salaries and allowances. BMA further stated that in the aftermath of the NSAS protest, the federal and state governments empaneled commissions of inquiry in different states of the country to unearth the remote and immediate causes of the riots and recommend measures to bring about lasting solutions to the problems associated with the riots. Since then, the panels have sat in a transparent manner and even awarded several millions of naira as compensations to victims of the riot, and the payments are being made as directed by the panel without let or hindrance. We also want to remind Dr. Saraki that can somebody mute themselves? So it's a heavy feedback there. Oh, so let me come and see who it is. Can we all hear the cracklings? Okay, let me. Anybody apart from Baba Kuresho, please mute. It says we also want to remind Dr. Saraki that in his attempt to we also want to remind Dr. Saraki that in his attempt to capitalize on the NSAS for partisan political gain, he wrongly admitted that protesters were killed at the Lekki toll gate, yet till date, there has not been any verifiable evidence from any quarter that any protester was mowed down by the military or the police at the Lekki toll gate. We therefore find it disingenuous and cynical of the former Senate president to descend into the arena with the only intent to make political capital out of a national issue and paint the federal government black. BMA insisted that following the NSAS protest, the federal government is committed to addressing the concerns of Nigerian youths in various ways and has remained responsive and responsible in addressing issues that affect them, and the steps taken are visible for all to see, except for cynics like Saraki. Your response to that back and forth, Baba Akure?
Thank you very much. It doesn't really matter whoever is talking here, either Saraki or whoever. They are all in the same category. So it doesn't really matter to me anyway, because I don't trust any politician. As I said, I'm very sorry. I will be saying it over and over. The same Saraki that is talking. He's just doing that, though we know that during PDP administration there was nothing much like this. But that doesn't mean that they do very much better thing for Nigerians too. So it is just very unfortunate that this one that we have is the worst. That is why Saraki could be talking like this. The person who was replying back to Saraki saying that there was no evidence showing that that youth were dead that very day. It should have been one of his own children they'll be looking for right now. We will now see the reaction from him. Maybe we believe it or not, right? So how come I put it to you, one man before? How come the panel of the Lagos State Judiciary panel? How come military came up and they said that, okay, well, we went there and they shot people. And Sanwo-Olu himself claimed in the first instance that one person died. Then the second day again, he changed the story again that, okay, it was two persons. So over and over and over and over and over again, let's just forget about foreign media, because we believe, okay, CNN is not supporting Nigeria. Let's just forget about that. But what of the sworn statement from the military stating that some people died that very day, but they did not admit of throwing body into the lagoon. But of course, there was evidence that people were being killed. The pathology, I think it's Lagos State pathology doctor, came out saying that there were 9 people, dead body, traced back to Lekki toll gate, that they were shot from Lekki toll gate and they died at that time. So how come now that we don't have any evidence? Because if government official can be saying that, how come somebody just come out now and saying that, oh, well, nothing of such happened, when their own group, the person working for you, even came out? Why didn't you caution him before at that time when they were trying to say it in the public? So it is we that they are playing game with. They are pushing us the way they want. That is why they are exchanging words. There is exchange of words between Buhari and the same person that reply back to him. So they are of the same caliber. There is no difference between all of them. It's not this time. It's not issue of throwing words. It is issue of sobering in Nigeria, because it is a very dark day. It was a very sad day. It was very, very sad day in Nigeria history. So it's not the time to be trading word that, okay, these people. However,
what are you making of the suggestion that Bukola Saraki was trying to or is trying to make political capital out of it?
That's why I say I'm not going to against that, because I mentioned in my first statement, both of them are just playing political games. This one is supporting his party that, oh well, we are trying our best. This one is saying that, okay, well, they are not doing anything. It's we now that, okay, well, oh, PDP is saying something now because this government they are not doing anything, then we have to support them. That is just the card they are playing here. However, has anything changed since that very time, since that last year? Absolutely not. Because even the exchange rate is going
What
up.
about the list? No, just to that space. Because they had a 5-for-5 demand, didn't they? The NSAS, they had demands. They asked for the ending of SARS, which they did immediately. They asked for a reviewing of police salaries, which they are doing.
You say they are. Okay.
Well, yes, that's what this response is saying. So, what this response is saying, because what Sarake came out to say was that there's been no change since 1 year on. And,
I mentioned in my statement there has not be any change in Nigeria, even the same police action. So, do you go to police station now and they arrest you and they are not going to extort you? And they are not going to get money from you, and they will write it there that bail is free. Is it not part of what these people are fighting for? Has anything changed? No. Absolutely not. They strap NSAS, then they replace it with another one. 2 weeks after that again. Even
yes,
after that,
almost immediately, yes.
Almost immediately. They start extorting people.
With SWAT.
So is there anything changed? No. Absolutely not. You can still see them on the road collecting the money there. So, anything change? No. I just mentioned here. Few days ago in Kogi State, we saw what happened. Has anything changed? Not. So we still the same. It's still the same thing, over and over and over and over again. Don't you know? Do you know how many IGP has taken over the highest police office in Nigeria, telling us that they are going to scrap the issue of roadblock? Up to now, do they scrap it? No. Is it not the same thing that these people are fighting for? Has anything changed? No. One man. That's what I would say. Absolutely not. Nothing.
All right. Thank you, Baba Kore. Let's go on from Baba Kore to now Professor Datao, who hopefully is still with us. Prof, are you there? Okay, we don't appear to have Prof. Yeah. So yeah, good of you to be with us, Prof. So let me take you back to the beginning again. End SARS. So this now, agree or not, is my question to you. And what I'm asking you to agree or not to, Prof, is this headline. End SARS. CNN, Amnesty International, DJ Switch should apologize to Buhari's regime. Lai Mohammed making these demands. Prof, agree or not?
Who is to apologize to each other? It's the federal government that should first of all apologize to the citizens first. And these people don't owe them any apology. They don't owe them any apology. The government is lying because they systematically were able to carry away dead bodies, which they know. They did that in such a way that, there was little or no evidence. The evidence that's available is what people witness face to face. You understand? But the only thing there is that, to substantiate, to bring that evidence in form of facts or even truth is a problem. But let me tell you, if they do a thorough investigation, which is free or fair, they will come up with more evidence. Let me tell you. So
should an organization as esteemed as CNN be writing headlines based on anecdotal evidence? He said, she said. They were publishing he said, she said as facts and figures. CNN.
Let me tell you, such thing always exists. You understand? The so-called Lai Mohammed should tell me most of the investigation they do, isn't it he said or she said? then you come and say it out, which sometimes it could be true or false. But one thing is clear, whatever he said or she said, there's a high tendency that is true. So I repeat, it is the Nigerian government that should apologize to the whole Nigerians, console and comfort these people that lost their lives. They should stop lying. See, let me tell you, this nation has so much blood crying. That's another problem this nation has, which some people don't know. A lot of blood is crying for vengeance in this country, and it's affecting the nation. And they don't want to do anything to turn this around.
Is there some biblical underpinning to that? Is that some biblical?
What happened when Cain killed Abel? Didn't Abel cry? Abel's blood cry out. Imagine Abel was dead though. You people don't know. I know you know that blood has power. It will be crying out. So that's it.
Brother. You are right. You are right. Go on.
So you see, the government is doing a lot of wrong. Nigeria, apart from other problems of corruption, another very big problem the country has not looked at is there's so much blood crying out for vengeance. See what happened last year on this very day, 20th. Okay, I know Nigeria by now. Okay, they're now in the 21st. But here I am, we're still on the 20th. I remember that day, that was my first time joining a program online. I joined this man, what's his name? Maz's Oke's program. He, people were online speaking, but they had about 26 people. I remember I was the last person, but I never spoke. That was my first day ever joining any streaming.
That was where you got addicted, Abi, Prof.
No, from there is when I came to your show. Then from there I started, but I don't have much platforms I speak on. It's your show mainly. Sometimes I go to Ada Biafra, which she airs her show sometimes. So my brother, that Lai Mohammed is a limpid liar. You see, I'm happy so people know that man's ending will be horrific. If his son could not support his agenda, then who else? So that's my answer to your question. We don't. Is the Nigerian government that owes Nigerians apology, not Switch or CNN or so or no.
All right. Prof. Afenifere has said it. Ohaneze Indigbo, they have said it. Even the governor of Katsina State, Masari, he has said it. RUFAI now saying it, that these bandits are terrorists and they should have that designation. The House of Assembly has said it. So what is holding that space back for these so-called terrorists that they are insisting? Because if you call them bandits, then they are just essentially saying they are common criminals. But their activities are anything but the activities of a common criminal. Common criminals don't shoot down fighter jets from the sky, and they don't sack villages. So what is holding that space down then? RUFAI latest voice now saying that these people are actually bandits. They are Fulani bandits. They're the terrorists rather. So what is holding that space back? Because if you tag them terrorists, of course, then you can unleash the might of the forces on them. So what is holding that space back?
This reminds me, I remember one of the times Deseno spoke on this program. He made a statement which engineer also made, but they used different words, but they meant the same thing. I think Deseno said Boko Haram, they catch Boko Haram, and I think engineer said terrorists, they catch terrorists. They use that kind of, so that is the simple thing. I've answered your question. You understand? That answers your question. We'll go. Let's not.
Them.
Yes. I've answered your question.
6 of one, half a dozen. 6 and half a dozen. So there you are. Thank you, Prof. Let's see if Jafar. Let's go to Thomas, who has not yet had the floor. So Thomas, will come to you next. So this Fashola narrative now that the Buhari government will continue to borrow and mortgage the future of the unborn Nigerian child because he is now saying that they are essentially spending that money on infrastructure. But where are we seeing that infrastructure? What we gleaned from this piece was that the Buhari administration have borrowed 3 times as much as all previous administration democratic dispensation combined. But where is the impact of this money? Lagos Ibadan Railway was paid for by Goodluck Jonathan. So where is all this money going to?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me today. I'm happy to be with you, one man. Thank you for your job. May God bless you. Yeah. Fashola it's another. You know, when you are in government, you can't speak against the person that is paying your salary. That is what we are. That is what is playing out here. Fashola will always play to gallery of President Muhammadu Buhari, even though sometimes in their subconscious mind they know they are doing wrong thing, but they will not speak against him. They will never speak against them. I forget that how you said who paid the piper make the tune, or what they call it. So that is just it. They will not speak against them. Nigeria has borrowed more than Buhari has borrowed more than any government in this Nigeria. Remember, Obasanjo did a good job, even though Obasanjo too is corrupt. But at least we can point to some things Obasanjo did. The Paris Club, they forgive us our debt. When Obasanjo left, we know how much we have in our covers in SS food account. What do we have in our SS food account now? It's almost zero. Zero. And it's almost zero. And they keep borrowing. I don't know a country that will be borrowing to pay salaries. You borrow to eat. You are borrowing to eat. So how do you save next generation? So we are just, at least we are almost doomed. It's about, we are almost doomed. We borrow from China. We borrow from everywhere. We are not making progress. We will continue borrowing because we are not exporting. We are not exporting country. We import everything we use in that country, my brother. We import toothpick. We import palm oil from Malaysia. Despite we have palm trees. I could remember my mother, his father's wealth came from palm tree and cocoa. My mother is from Ekiti State. His father's wealth come from palm tree and cocoa. My great-grandfather, they sell cocoa to white, to Cadbury, to make chocolate. Those people make wealth with cocoa. Even then, we don't even know about anything about oil. But now, everything is ground zero. We have to borrow to eat. We borrow to pay salary. We borrow for infrastructure. Then go back to what engineer said the other time about the railway, that we are not making money. I went to the net. How can we make money from the train? Lagos to Ibadan, 24-seater train, it is 6,000 naira. 56-seater train is 5,000 naira. 68-seater train, 3,500 naira. 88-seater train is 2,500 naira. It is too expensive, my brothers. People can't afford to enter train.
And by the way, when you go to Ojota, you will get to Ibadan for 500 naira. So
500 naira. Sole is there in Bega. Sole is there in Ketu.
Who will pay
500
6,000
naira.
naira when you can, even if you want to do luxury, 1.5 you will get to Ibadan.
Yes.
Why would you go and pay 6,000 naira to some?
My brother.
Just go
you
on
can
Molway. If you go on Molway, it's even 50 naira.
Yeah, but
It is
then you go and
too
pay 6,000
expensive.
naira. And people were
6,000
saying
naira to
to
Ibadan.
Amechi is saying that we've built it if you can't have. So they'll be running empty trains to Ibadan and running empty trains back.
No,
And then they will,
my whole family member entered the train. Tell me that people are not entering the train. It is too expensive. If you go to Baga, you will enter Ibadan, 500 naira. Sole, we call them Sole. You know what I mean? One man. It is too expensive. They can't make money.
How do you mean I know what you? I'm a posh man. I'm not.
You are posh man.
I'm not of that category. I know I have my own personal chauffeur. What do you mean? How dare you? Look at him. Did you hear that this guy, engineer, asking me if I know Sole?
Sole.
I have my own personal driver. What are you talking about?
You may not enter Sole, but you know what Sole means.
No, I'm only joking.
Yes, I know. So it is too expensive. If they make it like 1,000 naira, many people will enter the train and they will make money. You look at this, the less amount from Ibadan to Lagos is 2,005. It is too expensive. We can't make money. You can see, engineer said it. They are not making money. They spend $60 million. They only gain $1 million. That is stupidness. Training abroad is the cheapest so far. I'm in Australia. If I don't want to, catch.
Whereabouts in Australia are you in? What, Melbourne or?
I'm in Melbourne.
Okay.
It's not engineer that make that reference, so it's me, Ajanle Koko.
Look at that. Ajanle Koko, you keep claiming all your full credits today.
I'm the one that make that reference.
My brother, I parked my car. I parked my car at the train station. I parked my car at the train station. My house to the train station is 5 minutes drive. 5 minutes drive. I parked my car at the train station and I go like 2 hours journey. It's very cheap. Like $20.
You know the thing is Thomas, you know why it's so cheap? Because there's something in economics they call a loss leader. So you take a loss from that thing because of the greater wealth that it's going to create. The train is there for mass movement, and really, it's just really to move people, move quickly and get them to their destination of productivity. It's not there really to, but these people, they will never get it now. That train, it should be 200 naira, 100 naira. And people are queuing and you are moving it fast, and it's subsidized by the government. Why are telling people to go and pay 6,000 naira because they want to go from Lagos to Ibadan? When they get to Ibadan, what would they eat? They will be soaking a luboy as gari and so. What are you talking about?
One man, even if you want to catch
from Lagos to Ibadan,
if you want to catch a car from Lagos to Ibadan, is around 1,005, 2,000. A car that you will see it's 3-4 seater, one person in the front, 3 people at the back. It is 1,005 for a car, 2,000 naira. So what are we saying here? Look at this. Abeokuta to Lagos, 24 seater, 4,005. 56 seater, 3,005. 68 seater, 3,000 naira. 88 seater, 2,000 naira.
It's okay. Don't worry. We get to the gist.
Oh my! It's
yes.
But sorry, Thomas. Did they offer food inside the train?
No, you have to buy.
You have to buy it, though. You
have to buy your food. You have to buy your food.
You know, there was some lady, Ankoy Briggs. I'm sure you know who she is. A very formidable woman like that. She went on one of those trains, and she was just describing the just grueling experience. The first class seats. You know those seats that are so low that your knee is up, and then your leg is like that. And then by the time you want to get up, your leg is dead, and then you are stomping this is first class, Nigerian style. that is the 6,000,
Oh my
10,000 naira.
goodness.
Like a torture chamber. They call it a train, but it's a torture chamber. You know?
And imagine one man, these trains are locomotive. They are not run here in Australia. We run our train in electric. It's only people going to the rural area. They run on locomotive. Locomotive is supposed to even cheap.
Yeah,
Supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be cheaper, my brother. So
but Nigeria can't run electric because they don't have electricity. So
we don't have light. That is acceptable. But this train is supposed to be, as you said, it's supposed to be 500, 200. Many people will come. People they are not thinking, my brother, if you want to make money, make your product cheap. More people will buy. You will gain more than people that is even higher. That is it. Those liters of petrol that we buy, they gain 50 cents in a liter. But if you sell your own cheap, more people will patronize.
You know the people that will be going on that train, people that will go on it for the novelty of it, to say that we've been hearing about this train. Let me go and enter.
Just stories. Stories. People go there, they are just stories.
And then Mr. Big Man that wants to impress his latest babe, all that kind. It's just
government officials.
Government officials that we invoice it to, to the ears. But thank you, Thomas. Let's see if we still have Jafar. Jafar, are you with us? Okay, we don't appear to have Jafar.
I want to speak on NSAS, please. NSAS.
No, I want to steam it through. So I'm only doing one. This is our engineer's recommendation. So is Jafar there?
Yes, sir.
Good of you to stay with us, Jafar. So let me take you then to that space that Thomas was looking to speak on. So the NSAS space then, NSAS, CNN, Amnesty International, DJ Switch should apologize to Buhari regime, Lai Mohammed making the demands. Do you see reasons why he should be making these demands, Jafar?
First of all, I don't believe CNN is going to make any apology, because for obvious reasons. But I want to support your position on the fact that when an international media house comes out with inconsistency in its reporting, it raises an issue of credibility, which might give an opportunity for the regime to make a mockery of them.
No, he gave them an escape window, didn't he? Because this is the window that Lai Mohammed is climbing out of now, an escape window.
So absolutely, it did. Absolutely, it did. But in my view, we as the Nigerian people lost an opportunity today in actually making this issue more real. How do you make it real? Okay, we have someone like engineer who actually knows a victim, right? He actually knows a victim. So these are the type of people that need to come out, bring the picture out, compile this thing, post it out there. These are the victims. Let this number actually relate to real people. Let people see it. Like, this person died on this day. And if anybody wants to argue that person is not dead, then they have to. Then it's left for them now to prove it, if the person is alive or not. But we actually didn't do it, so it still continues to raise this issue of credibility. But is the Nigerian army capable of doing it, killing people? Absolutely, they can do it. They have done it before. And like every third world country, the army will always hide evidence. They will only tell you what they want you to know, because there is nothing anyone can do about it. You can't go and investigate the army. That is not going to happen in Africa. No African country will allow you to go in and investigate the military.
Jafar, there's a lot of rumblings in the background, but we can make it out. But let me ask you this, Jafar. So I'm not asking you to say anything categorical, because you have no facts either way. But just by your instinct alone as a Nigerian, do you think that there were people killed at Lekki Tollgate on that fateful day? Do you think, just from instinct, do you
Yes,
think
I
that
do.
happened?
I sincerely believe people were killed because there is just no way. There is no way you can sell the army onto the street and don't expect people to die. That's not their job. Maintaining of peace has never been part of army military training. That's the police job. But when you bring the army, everything can happen.
Okay, Jafar, your line is very bad, but let me take you from that end
No,
start
it's not
space.
my line. I don't think it's me.
Okay, let me see then. Who is it? Let me mute everybody apart from Jafar. Then we see. Okay, Jafar, say something now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I think that was Thomas. And by the way, you have to understand that Thomas is chiming in from Australia. Australia, so far away, it could almost be in a different planet. So it's just they call it the outback. Is that far away? They call Australia the outback. So that's just the thing in the
We know the
system.
history, innit? You know the
Yeah,
history, one man.
he's a penal colony, isn't he?
Exactly.
Those
He's
wayward
cooking.
people.
He's cooking right now. That's why.
He's cooking, And that place is so wild. Snakes all over the place, just wildlife,
Maybe he's eating one snake there in the kitchen.
There you go. They have funky diet there. They even eat kangaroo.
No, my brother. We eat kangaroo here. Kangaroo.
All right. Put yourself on mute, Thomas, because there's a lot of crackling coming in from your system. So thank you, Thomas. So let's get back then to Jafar. Jafar, let me take you to Fashola, who is insisting that he will continue to mortgage the future of Nigerians yet unborn for their own good. So just shocking statistics that this particular regime, the MALLAM BUHARI regime, has borrowed 3 times combined all the previous civilian dispensation till date. But we don't see anything quantifiable. They can't point to anything that they've done with the money, but all we see are video clips of Abubakar Malami building estates and everybody buying private jets. 150 private jets landed in Kano for Buhari's son's wedding, but no road for people to drive on. So what are you making of that? Heavy debt and the continuing threat of continuing to mortgage the futures of Nigerians yet unborn. What are you making of that, Jafar?
So I think personally, the minister misspoke. Maybe he should have used a better word, or he should have made some proper choice of words. But having said that, let's put some element of the infrastructure need of Nigeria in context. We have about 200,000 kilometers of road in Nigeria, 35,000 of which is exclusive for federal government, another 35,000 for the state. The rest belongs to the local government. So if you go based on these numbers, then you discover that this present administration, they say, this is what they said, because I was listening to one of their spokespersons, said they are actually engaged in building or reconstructing or rehabilitating 13,000 of the 35,000 federal roads, and which today they say by the end of 2022, most will be completed. So if you see our infrastructure problem is...
Sorry, where are these things taking place? Because nobody can see them visually. So where are they taking place? All these things that... They
are actually working on 13,000. So
yes,
for benefit of
people are not seeing it.
It will be delivered by the end of next year. So
right.
if what they said they would deliver it, if they actually deliver it, I would say that is a good start. That's a good start. So that whatever government that comes will take from them. So to me, I think that's a good start. But debt, yeah, this government have actually borrowed a lot of money. And I understand they were confronted with a lot of challenges, a century challenges. The other government never had a COVID-19. They never had a double recession within 4 years. So, and I understand. I hear the minister said Nigeria borrowed itself out of recession. Probably is true. But if I were the
Do you
minister,
think the country is running out of leverage? Because what we're hearing now is that they are now struggling to borrow. So they can't borrow anymore from the top tier lenders. So they are now going to even more remote and psychedelic places to borrow money. So are we now running out of leverage? Are we now completely, have we maxed, have Buhari maxed the credit card of, has it just?
no, we are still credible in terms of our capacity to borrow. Nigeria is still a very credible nation. The fundamentals of the Nigerian economy is still strong. The problem we're just having is management. And I think our international partners might not actually be very severe with us, especially coming out of COVID. All the countries on earth are borrowing money now, including the one I live in, which unfortunately is the most indebted country on earth.
Look at that, engineer. Your baby's here again. Oh, every single night she comes here.
Oh.
You don't know is Razinma. Every single night she comes here to say is engineer here. She is here. You can see him on your screen. So there you are, engineer.
Oh man, if she's not giving me money, I beg you.
One man. Every single night, this lady comes here. Is engineer there? Is engineer there?
Are you even sure is a lady? Are you even sure is a lady?
That name though, well, I don't know.
One man.
Because the last time they called Ovie a woman.
One man. Have you seen the picture of that person before?
No, I don't. No, never.
How do you know that it's a girl then?
Well, from the name. Well, from two things. I'm going by two things. This is Razima. That sounds like a woman's name, and this person is
It
always
sounds like
coming
a
to
woman's
ask for.
name.
He will always coming to ask for engineer. So I don't know, but we're living in new times anyway.
You never hear a man sound like a woman, and you never hear about a woman sound like a man.
You see all sorts on the streets of London. You see a lot on the streets of London.
I've seen a woman. I've seen a woman that told me that his name is James. So
we look at that.
So Baba Kure, now you're finishing me or what now?
Look at that. Engineer, there are points and sand in your Gary.
I get picking. No, the thing they work well. Oh.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Let's leave that. Let's stay with Jafar. Jafar, this RUFAI now, because we've heard, like I said, from Afeni Ferry, from Ohaneze, even from Governor Masari of Akatsina, now RUFAI, that these people are not bandits, they are terrorists. And by their actions, those are the actions of a terrorist and not bandits, because bandits are criminals. But terrorists are led by a greater, what they will call a bigger calling than just the need for money. So now this so-called bandits, essentially Fulani men, is this now time to give them their proper designation, their proper appellation, Jafar?
I think to be fair to El-Rufai, I don't know. I think maybe it was engineer who made a statement that El-Rufai is saying this thing for political expediency. No, to be fair to El-Rufai, he has been consistent when it comes to this. Remember, he was the only northern governor that actually refused to negotiate with any bandit or give ransom money to anybody. Actually, he was actually vilified by most of the governors and most of the stakeholders in that space based on his stand. He categorically refused. He's not going to give ransom to any terrorist group. He's not negotiating with any terrorist group. So to me, I think he has been consistent when it comes to this issue of banditry. He has never considered them as mere criminal. He has consistently said they are terrorists who needs to be wiped out.
All right. And then, actually, I'll just take a little sounding from you on this, just this last space. This is Governor Tom. Insecurity caused by unchecked movement of foreign Fulani into Nigeria. So still, all roads, all narratives always lead to that particular subsect within Nigeria, the Fulanis. So this thing now, essentially a Fulani problem that we have in Nigeria. There's no getting away from that, and that's not even being an ethnic phobe or an ethnophobe. It's what we are contending with is a Fulani problem. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not. I would not,
Okay.
because I want to be careful. Like, criminalizing an entire ethnic group
Right.
is not going to be helpful.
Governor Masari did.
In any conflict resolution. When you criminalize an entire community, of course there are criminal.
Can I interject 1 minute?
I will. Sure.
Can I interject 1 minute? Mr. Jafar, I don't think it's trying to criminalize. That statement does not mean that it's criminalizing the entire ethnic group. It specifically said criminal Fulani, the criminal herdsmen, Fulani herdsmen. So we know those who are herdsmen, that we know that those herdsmen are Fulanis. Why not mention them? Why do we have to, for one reason or the other, said we don't want to call them what they are?
No,
that statement does not criminalize the entire Fulani people.
Jafar, before you respond to Ajale Koko, let me just give you this. I'm going to post this in the comment section, and I'm just going to give you a quick feel of it as well, Jafar. This mainly for you, Jafar. This was something that we did just a couple of weeks ago. Majority of the bandits are Fulanese. Some sneaked into Nigeria from other countries. Katsina State Governor Masari, that's the headline. I've posted it in the comment section for you, Jafar. The Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari has revealed that majority of the bandits ravaging the state are Fulani headsmen, with some of them infiltrating the country from neighboring West African countries. The governor of the president's state of origin said the criminal elements who plunged the entire nation into an unusual security crisis are mainly Fulani headsmen. So this is Governor Masari made the claim on Monday whilst featuring on a channel's television program Politics Today. So he said it visually or audioly, he being a Fulani man. This is what we're contending with. It's a Fulani problem we have.
So does it make every Fulani headman a criminal?
Well, that according to the Fulani man, who is a governor of a Fulani state,
so
he's saying
every Fulani header in Nigeria is a criminal.
This is what the governor said. So I'm not the one saying it, though. It's the governor.
I will not agree with that. That's inaccurate. That's not true. That's really, really far from true.
Okay, but please, I posted it in the comment section if you want to read it. But yeah.
Yeah, but can I interject, please? Can I interject?
That's why we are not going to solve the issue, because when you criminalize an entire people from whom you are supposed to work with, the only people that can help us solve the headers issue are the very Fulani headsmen, the good ones. But when you join everybody and paint them with one brush, do you think those good ones will come out and tell you anything with any security agency?
Yeah, but can I interject?
Okay, maybe the Katsina State governor is mistaken in his assessment.
See, one man, that's what we need to understand here, right? And this is something that is very weird. Today in Nigeria, as the good Fulani comes out and said they have bad eggs in between them.
Well, they have.
Okay, fair enough.
I've covered that as well, yes.
Okay, fair enough if you said they have. But another thing is, based on RUFAI, because Jafar said RUFAI has been pushing, saying things about the the bandits or whatever they call them. The issue is, I said this and I'll repeat this. For the past 6 years, has anything stopping him from calling them terrorists? Why all of a sudden now?
Well, Ovie has the answer to that. All now politics.
So this is what I'm saying, because at the end of the day, 2023 is just around the corner. Everybody will start fighting for his own pockets.
If I can respond to that question, yes, he has, because his state happens to be one of the states that has witnessed a lot of kidnappings.
They hit them.
And if you understand, the person that was the most involved in negotiation, Sheikh Gumi, lives in his state, lives actually in the same city as him. So that just tells you the juxtaposition. Sheikh Gumi is actively engaged in ransoming, whereas the state governor is categoric about it. I'm not going to give ransom to any terrorist group. I'm not going to negotiate with them. They don't deserve to live. If they kidnap people, the military should go after them. So on that, I give him credit for that. He has been consistent.
Yeah, but the question is, as a Nigeria, as a whole nation, when did we start even bargaining with headsmen? That's something we need to ask ourselves, that question. You understand? Because things like this is happening.
People
honestly, on a dime minute, you can call the military to clear those people straight away.
No, people bargain when that's the only choice they have.
Sorry, gentlemen. Jafar, listen to this. This is, and I saw this as well, but Abdul reminds us. It says one man, not only Aminu Masari alone said that, the Sultan of Sokoto has said months back that 8 out of 10 kidnappers, essentially bandits, are Fulanis. And I can look for that as well.
Nobody is disputing that. Nobody
but what I am saying to you is that what we're contending with is a Fulani problem.
No, you can't. And what I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot criminalize an entire tribe. It doesn't matter if 90%.
Not entire tribe.
95%.
Hold on. No. Sorry, not 95%. Understand this, Jafar. It is not the entire Fulanis that are being criminalized, but the criminality that we're contending with is wholly, and this is according to Masari, this is according to RUFAI, this is according to the Sultan, is wholly
when you put the question
Fulani
to
stock,
when you put the question to me,
that is a Fulani problem. Yes,
we have a Fulani problem in Nigeria.
We do, yes,
you don't expect me to say yes, we do. No, because I don't stereotype and I cannot criminalize.
I'm not stereotyping. I'm going by data.
Ethnic group.
Data.
So I respond.
How do you want the statement to be made?
To be praised. Yeah.
How do you want the statement to be made?
You're asking me if I were the one speaking, how would I?
How do you want to phrase it?
Definitely, I would have phrased it differently.
Okay, phrase it.
In what format?
I would have phrased it differently.
In what format?
No. I will tell you before the end of this show.
Okay.
No, phrase it now.
No, I think Jafar has made this position. He doesn't like the phraseology, but he doesn't want to. Anyway, let me leave that there. So,
no. Wait, one man. You see, Jafar. I think Jafar like to speak the way the northern politicians speak to cover the wrongdoing. Hold on.
You are right.
Hold on. Let us say it the way it is. You see, Jafar, you don't want to speak the way all these criminal politicians speak to cover their how do I say it? To cover the wrong thing, or maybe they are in inefficiency, or the wrong thing they are doing. You understand what I'm saying? When we speak like them, we are doing more injury to ourselves and the nation. This politician will speak, oh, you are criminalizing the entire, nobody is criminalizing the entire tribe. No.
I live in a country
the herdsmen,
let him respond.
The herdsmen that are carrying out this criminality, they are Fulanis. We have to mention them, who they are. They are not Yorubas. They are not Igbo. They are not thieves.
All right, let him respond, and then when he responds, I'll round off after that. Yeah, carry on.
I live in a country that, by the basic of my color, I am seen to be a criminal. Just by the basic of my color.
What do you mean?
Yeah, when you are a black person, when you come in contact with any police in this country, the first impression about that you is that you are a criminal. Until you
police criminality. That is police brutality, police criminality. And we're fighting against it every day in this country. And we have seen how many police that have been decommissioned. We have seen how many police been put to jail. We have seen some that have been sentenced to death for killing black people. So we have justice in this country.
No, that's not justice. When you take somebody's life, then you take somebody to put him in jail. That's not justice to the person. The person is good. And the person
you see, that analogy you use is wrong. It's not the right analogy. But the problem in Nigeria, let us say it the way it is so that we can solve the problem.
Yes,
no, but by the way you are putting it, that's not how you solve the problem.
All right. So thank you. I think you
are not looking for solution.
How do we get solution? How do we get solution?
Hold on, gentlemen.
Can I continue?
When we don't tackle the root problem, the root problem have to be tackled, and the root problem is the Fulani herdsmen, and we have to face them as a nation. These are criminals, not the regular. Look, we have Fulani that live in our midst, that we are friends. Right. We went to school together. We eat together. But this criminal one that comes, they even kill some of these Fulani that we have in our midst. And those criminal herdsmen that are coming from outside the country, and you don't want to mention their name because they are Fulani. Why?
All right. Thank you, Adan Lokoko. I think what Jafar might be uncomfortable with is that we're saying a Fulani problem, because he feels that that colors the entire ethnicity. But that wasn't the question.
That would be an impediment for solution. That would be an impediment for solution.
No. But that wasn't the question, though. When I'm saying we have a Fulani problem, that is not to say that the Fulanis are the problem, but the problem that we are having. The problem that we're having is largely coming from within. But let me give Black League now the final word, and then after Black League makes its contribution, then I'll start taking closing remarks, because I wanted to cap it at 3 hours, but I'm not going to go past the next 10-15 minutes. So Black League, good to have you. You have the final word, Black League. I guess you're wanting to speak to the space that we're speaking to at the moment.
Yes, that and the RUFAI saying that bandits should be classified as terrorists.
All right, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Yes, I heard on here that Governor RUFAI has been consistent. I don't think so, because when the people of Southern Kaduna were killed, I think it was Governor RUFAI who came and said that he is sending money to the perpetrators that are outside of Nigeria. So that in itself is like pampering or, paying bandits. I don't think it's the way to go for a sitting government. And going to the issue of whether the problem in Nigeria is a Fulani problem, I disagree. Yes, the Sultan has come to say most of the kidnappers or the bandits are Fulanis. Governors like Masari and the rest of them have come out to share the same views. They are just speaking as to the facts of the matter. Yes, majority of the people perpetrating these crimes happen to be Fulani. but are they non-Fulanis that are herdsmen too and are terrorizing the country? Of course. So I think when we tag a whole a crime on a whole group, or when we point it into,
Yeah,
oh,
but
it's
you
a
are missing.
Fulani.
You are no. Hold on, Black League. You are missing the point just as widely as Jafar is. Nobody is saying that the whole Fulani ethnicity are the problem that we have. But what we are saying is that the problem that we have is largely from within that ethnic group. And their own ethnic group make that identification as well. So if we don't have Fulani bandits in Nigeria, that is a good 20%, 25% of criminality solved in just that one swoop. So we have a Fulani problem. There's no question about that.
So one man, when you say if we don't have Fulani bandits,
Yes.
25 probably percent is gone.
Yes.
But banditry can come in different forms. If you shut off the Fulani banditry, probably the Gwadis will start, or the Kanuris, or that's why it's not good for us to
No,
keep
but they're
throwing
there
up
already.
names.
But they're there already.
That's
So
why it's not good for us to keep throwing up names of tribes, because then we're not
no.
going at the problem.
No.
So
That is
to
not
really face the issue, you have to
hold
keep the
on.
tribe
That
outside
is
of it.
not a no. That is not a tenable statement that you just
One
made.
man.
That's not
During
tenable.
when
There's nothing stopping
Obasanjo,
the Kanuris from being bandits now. There's nothing stopping anybody else from being bandits.
exactly,
It's not turn by turn. So if the
exactly.
Fulani stop, there's nothing to suggest that somebody else will replace them because they are not already in that space. So
No,
if we
me
removed the Fulani
speaking to that.
banditry, that's a 20% win for the country.
But one man, you would agree with me that for us to really tackle the issue, we cannot go after a certain tribe. I'm not Fulani myself, so there's no
Can
reason for me to
Jafar
be
mute
defending.
himself, please?
There's no
Jafar mute
reason for me
himself.
to be defending Fulanis. I like to see the truth and see solutions to real-time
Yes,
issues. If we at the time Obasanjo was empowered, his early
look at
days in
that.
power, when we had
do you want to do what
OPC,
about?
when we had the OPC, no, like for us to say, oh, that's a Yoruba problem, Yorubas are miscreants, just because you had a group in called OPC, destabilizing police stations and all that, that would be unfair. But Obasanjo dealt with the situation. Obasanjo said categorically, any OPC member you see, shoot at sight. He didn't say any Yoruba you see. That's the distinction I'm trying to make.
Okay, the herdsmen. Tell me the percentage of the herdsmen between the Fulani and others. Tell us. Let us know.
I don't know the exact numbers, but I believe it's a high percentage.
I've never seen any other herdsmen except the Fulanis.
Well, that's
how can
for
you describe X-Men?
But how can you tackle the issue? How?
You said how can we tackle the issue?
So
my question is all Igbos now IPOB members?
No.
That's the same correlation. No.
Yeah, but okay, let's stay within that space then. If we're saying then that we have an IPOB problem, and by the way, the IPOB problem is peculiar to the eastern space, but the Fulani problem subsumes the whole nation. So do we have to make that distinction? But if we are saying IPOB, then it's essentially an Igbo problem, isn't it? It's not a Euro. You don't go look for. They're not looking for IPOB. You are laughing at they. So they.
Yes, you are right. One man, you are right. Yes.
So, but Jafar, let me and Black League as well. Let me rephrase it this way and then see how you how this sits with you. Do you think that Nigerians outside of that ethnic group consider that they have a Fulani problem? Do you think Nigerians consider that they have a Fulani problem? First to you, Jafar. Jafar, unmute yourself. Yeah. Do you think Nigerians consider that they have a Fulani problem?
Yes, Nigerians consider they have a Fulani problem because of their anti-Buhari stance. It just happened because
My
Buhari is a Fulani
goodness.
man.
Don't go there.
So
Don't
there
go
is
there.
always
Don't
the
go there, my
connection.
brother.
You
Sorry,
asked me a
can you
question.
let him? Yeah, sorry, the floor is yours. Can you let Jafar speak? Jafar,
So
carry on.
yes, that's the first one. And secondly, because of the activities of the headers. Yes, that is a. I don't blame Nigerians for having that perception of the problem. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that if you criminalize an entire ethnic group, you are not going to solve the problem. And there is evidence to that. Since these people have been, since this tribe have been criminalized, what has it done? A good example is the Benue State. We can only criminalize the entire tribe. We do the talk, and the problem will still be there with us. That's the point I'm trying to make. If you are looking for a solution, the first thing you do with a crime, you decriminalize, you detribalize it. You don't make it an ethnic issue. When you make it an ethnic issue, it's not going anywhere.
All right. Let
But
this
the same
conversation.
thing the
Hold on,
president made
engineer.
it now.
Engineer, let this conversation just take place with Jafar and Black League at the moment, just so we have some clarity in what we're saying. I'll come to you with that same question, Black League. But before I come to you, Black League, let me put a second question to Jafar, and then Black League, you'll address both questions as well. Jafar, is Mieti Kutihari, is it a terror organization? Mieti Kutihari, is it a terror organization?
You always have to make differences. There are two Mieti Allah's association.
I don't want to put the word Allah because that is for God. I will just call them Mieti Kutihari because I don't want to be religiously insensitive. Yeah.
Which one are you referring to?
Just they are being one. Both of them, are they both terror organizations essentially?
No, they are not.
Because
the association of cattle raiders, the Mieti Allah, is a registered association. It's like a labor group. It's a professional association with interest to protect its members. That cannot be equated to any terrorist group. Mieti Allah, Hotel Hori, right? They too, they are legalized. They are legalized. It's a recognized organization in Nigeria. But to the best of my knowledge, they have not carried out any terrorist act. That would make me.
But do you think Nigerians, especially in the South, they consider them to be a terror group?
Do I think Nigerians in the South consider them? I don't know how Nigerians in the South consider them.
No, I'm asking what you think, not what you know. What you think?
I don't know.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Black League with those questions as well. So, Black League, those two questions. Do you think Nigerians consider that they have a Fulani problem? And that additional question that I put to Jafar, the Mieti groupings, whichever and however many they are they terror organizations? So, to those two, Black League.
Yes, there is a false perception that it is a Fulani problem in Nigeria. And that has been fueled by the media specifically, because they keep repeating the same thing that, yes, this is a Fulani problem. And personally, I think that's why a solution has not been, we have not come up with a with a seamless solution to the problem of terrorism and banditry in Nigeria. It's because we secluded to one tribe and we go after the tribe. That's completely false. If it was my tribe, the people were saying, oh, these people are bandits. Of course, I wouldn't be happy about it, because personally, I'm not a bandit. Personally, I'm not a terrorist. And I do not support any form of terrorism whatsoever. That's just common sense. So for people to now generalize and say that, oh, this is a Yoruba problem or a Fulani problem or a Hausa problem, is missing the point. But you, because I do know Fulani people personally, and I do know, just like I do know people from different ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Fulani specifically, I know, do not support any form of terrorism whatsoever, in public or in private. So I think it's rather unfair and unfortunate that we are just reducing a whole ethnic nationality to criminals.
Okay, before I move you on to the Métis space, why do you think? So let's not even say Nigeria now, because really, what we're really saying is the South. So why do you think, especially the South and the Middle Belt, why do you think they consider that the Fulanis are bandits, that Nigeria has a Fulani problem? Why do you
Because
think the whole yeah.
majority of the herdsmen and the terrorists happen to be Fulani. That's a
Right.
fact.
There you
That's a
are.
fact. I cannot argue that with you, and because
Very
that would be
well.
going against the facts. So yes, majority of them are Fulani. Is that enough reason to say the whole tribe are
Yeah, but
reduced to
nobody
be
is saying the
criminals?
whole tribe. Nobody has said the whole tribe, but
Yeah,
we're
but
saying the problem is from that tribe.
when a narrative comes and it says we have a Fulani problem, there is no Fulani problem. There is no problem in the Fulani makeup. There is none. Fulanis have criminals and terrorists within them. And I say that the Fulanis have every right to have criminals and terrorists within them, just like every group has a right to have terrorists. Just like every person has a right to be crazy, but you do not tag the entire nationality as terrorist or crazy. That's my submission.
All right, and Black League to that Métis space in whatever guise and whatever incarnation, however, you just to that Métis, whichever of them. I don't know how many splinters there are, but are they a terror group?
I think there are different variations or there are different groups within the Mieti Allah, and there is no doubt that there are either terrorists in that group or people who support terrorism in that group. There's no doubt about it, because it's too many cases of where you've seen them with armed, with AK-47s, just ravaging rural communities and so on. And it's been going on for a while. So there is no doubt that there's some level of coordination towards terrorism. There's no doubt about that. Now, the whole group, I don't believe the whole group is a terrorist organization, because I've been hearing about that group ever since I was a little boy with no links to terrorism. This terrorism thing and with these bandits on motorbikes and AK-47 is fairly recent. So and also you have to look at that group is a major association in the country. They have
Well,
precedent.
in the north, not in the
Well,
country, in the north.
in the north, and I would say in the country, because their largest market is the south. They essentially they deal with cattle.
So sorry,
So
how does that even work? Black League, the entire market for cattle. I'm saying entire, of course, just using literary language, in poetic terms, but virtually the biggest market. Let me say the biggest market for cattle, not just in Nigeria, but in that whole swathe of that Nordanic sort of places, Chad, Niger, etc., all of it in the south, because we have the parties, we eat the malus, we have a lot of money and their entire market, because I don't even think they eat that much cattle in the north, because they venerate that animal so much, because it is just so ingrained in their just, I've never known them to eat cattle unless it dies of natural cause. This is what I hear, but somebody can correct me. All of the market for just their whole wealth is in the south, and yet they come there to ravage and savage. How does that marry as an ideological stance? How do they calibrate those two things? That where they feed, they desecrate as well. Well, how does that work? What's the reasoning for that? What is the thinking?
uh, the, First of all, yeah, they are popular in the north and also in the south because they have grand patrons. Either the president or former presidents. Goodluck Jonathan was a grand patron of the Mieti Allah. That's a fact. So they have a national reach. And to your question about how does it marry that their biggest market is where is being ravaged, I mean
But
the whole
by
country,
them, being
yeah,
ravaged by them.
the
Yeah.
whole country is being ravaged. I think the South, that's why once you say Fulani, you've missed it. Because it all started in the North, where they were killing each other. That's the narrative from the South. They're just killing each other. So how would you explain it when Fulani men dying in the hands of Fulani men? Like, is it Fulani? Would you say Fulani criminality? No, it's just criminality. And from then on, because we failed to tackle the issue of criminality, it moved down south. But it was up north. So I don't think it even has anything to do with the market or anything, because they started by killing their own people. Charity begins at home. We see that this group follows that ideology. So I think the moment we start looking at it as criminality and going after these criminals, because that's all they are, they will stop waxing stronger and will deal with the issue head on. Because not facing the issue and this Fulani we keep singing is the situation is getting worse.
But we cannot.
Blackly.
Hold on, Black League. We cannot but sing Fulani, can we? When Pa Fashona's daughter goes to visit him, an elderly man in his 90s, and she goes, as we usually do in Yoruba land, you stop by the wayside and you
And she
buy
was killed.
unripe. Thomas, sorry, you buy unripe banana. You buy yam tuber, and you buy Erongbe from the hunters, and you go and visit your parents in your own land. And some Fulani, they say it's a foreign Fulani, will come and kill you. Why would people not say Fulani? Why? What else would they say? When a foreigner comes into your land and kills you, what else would people say other than to say this
Well,
foreigner
if
is coming into our land to kill us?
that is an unfortunate incident that happened with Pa Fashona's daughter. Why people shouldn't say Fulani is the killings will get worse once you start saying Fulani, and you do not deal with the issue of criminality. In that same community where Pa Fashoranti lives, in that same community where Pa Fashoranti lives, they have interlived with Fulani for ages. So I'm telling you that this phenomena is recent. So if they have successfully lived with Fulani for
Engineer, I'm going
ages,
to round off after Black League, yeah. Because you
so if they have successfully lived together for ages, you can see that yes, some criminal elements that need to be flushed out have entered into the into the scene and really going after that group Fulani instead of saying criminals have come. Yes, from what we see, they were Fulani. But
How do
once
you
say
describe the criminal? How do you describe the criminal that often come to the villages, kill people? How do you just call criminal? They don't have any.
Before you answer that,
describe them, you know who comes to commit crimes.
Hold on,
Huh?
Black League. Before, sorry, Anjale Koko. Let me straddle the back of your comment, Anjale Koko, and present it to Black League. So you both live in the United States, which is a multi-ethnic thing. So a crime is committed in a space, and the police turn up to interview the witness. So that crime was committed by a black person that is about 4'2" and athletically built. So the police are then asking the witness who committed this crime. How is the witness able to describe who the police should go after if it's not able to say it's a black man of 5'2", athletically built? So how do you describe the crime but leave out the Fulani-ness of it? How do you do that?
One man, I have said here that majority of this herdsmen attacks that have been happening come from Fulanis. I've said that's a fact. Nobody would go back and forth on that. So it already has a label to it. You identifying people based on their nationality, that's okay. But you identifying people based on crime, saying this crime belongs to this nationality, that's completely wrong. We did that before. Before we thought kidnapping was a Niger Delta affair, leave it to the Ijaw boys and the people in the creeks. Today, are we not saying a different thing? That is the Fulanis that are kidnappers. Isn't this what this conversation is about? If at that time we had attacked banditry as a crime and not the Ijaws and the boys in the South or in the creeks, as we say, the problem wouldn't have metamorphosed and gone to the north, where they're using the same formula, but it's just a different people. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm making any sense or I'm clear on this.
Can I quickly talk, one man, please?
Okay, but I'll be taking closing remarks now, so you can kick it off. Because you told me to do this, by the way, engineer. So
no,
kick it off.
The thing is, what we need to understand, right? The people who came into that country and savaging people, we can't call them their different ethnics. They are born Fulanis. We have the good ones in Nigeria, we have the clean ones, but the ones who troop in, they know that they are not the national of that country. What language do they speak? They speak Fulanis, and they call themselves Fulanis. So there is no way we can do anything without calling them Fulanis. That's one. Two, the issue of Benue State, Fulanis have been trying so many times, is something that is ongoing, even before the issue of all this incident of Fulanis for now, is something that is on ground. Fulanis, they have been doing their best to penetrate into Benue, but Benue people, they stand by their foot and they are dealing with them. So regardless of anything that people will come out and say, oh, this and this, Benue State, they are the cause of this. No. Fulanis, they have their mission to conquer Benue State, but it's impossible because Benue people, they speak in one voice, and that's why they come out for them, they fight them, and they defend them. And it's something that is ongoing, and it is going to continue. So back to what I was saying, you see, the people who troop in Nigeria, we can never ever call them with the different names. Rather, we'll still call them Fulanis. That's just the truth. And we'll call them, they are the main terrorists that troop in Nigeria and start killing people. Now,
do we have a Fulani problem in Nigeria?
Yes. Now, if you go to the South, they are classifying South as a terrorist group. Come on, man. All of us, we are learned here. Even though small picky way go school, go come out and say it clearly. If you classify the Southern as terrorist group, did you ever see them sampling some different kind of machine? Or did you ever see them throwing bombs everywhere? Come on, let's call a spade now. But sometimes we just keep like covering things or saying different kind of things. But the Fulanis, why is it now that RUFAI is coming to call them terrorists? That's the question. Because of his 2023 political caricature business. The truth is there. When people have been killed, just like you said, Black League in Southern Kaduna, what did he do? You understand? And we know the tribes, we know the religion of those people, but we don't want to come out and say it. Because if we start saying it, it's going to be like a kind of a both religion issue. But everybody knows it. So when we come to reality, the problem we're having in that country is the Fulanis. We can't say it's all Fulanis. But
engineer,
90 to 95%.
No, let him run through then.
90 to 95% people who are massacring people without no pity, no mercy. We know it ourselves. So we shouldn't just be beating around the bush. That's just the truth.
All right, thank you, engineer. So I'm going to try and cap it just fairly sharpishly. So thank you, engineer. I want to try and keep this on. So that's engineer. So now, Thomas, just your closing words as well. But make it short and succinct, though, Thomas. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I will just say this: Buhari will never proscribe the Fulani mans or all those bandits as a terrorist group. He will never do that because Buhari is a Fulani man himself. He can fast. He can do that to IPOB, which we have never pinpoint any criminal acts or bringing out jets.
Come on, what do you mean you've not? What are you talking about? You've not pinpointed criminal acts to IPOB.
They could have some criminal acts, but what I'm saying is they've never bring down a jet. They've never bring down a jet. That's what I'm saying.
What about all the police stations they are burning and whatnot?
I'm okay with you with that, but we can't. They can't say they are IPOB members. They always say unknown gunmen. That is what that is the narrative we have been hearing from this while. They are unknown government.
The session is on.
So I don't think we have to do that. Buhari will never proscribe them as a terrorist group.
Hold on.
But
I'm rounding off. We come online rather than sorry.
But
sorry, that's Ovie.
Let him come and make a little bit of remark. He will never proscribe them.
Sorry,
he will never proscribe them as a terrorist group, but he can proscribe IPOB as a terrorist group.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. Cheers. Bear with me. I'm going to bring Rational Mind on, and he's on, but it's just really to make just your quick remark, and then from you, so quick remark from Rational Mind, quick remark from Ahizion. I'll go to Jaffa for his closing remarks, Black League, and as ever, Ajanle Koko to cap things off. So I'm trying to be a bit strict with this. So Rational Mind, just a very quick thought from you, and then we go to Ahizion.
Thanks a lot for bringing us on, because I understand of the need for time. So anyway, I've heard so many things said on this today. My own focus is just on this issue of Fulani. I mean, if the so-called Fulanis in Nigeria, like the likes of the governor of Katsina says, and even RUFAI himself identified himself as a Fulani, and even is it the governor of Gombe or one of the governors in the north, as it Borno, or I don't know, one of those governors, said that Fulanis are the problem, and every Fulani, one of them said, every Fulani, wherever they are in the world, are free to come to Nigeria, they have free access to Nigeria. So what does it tell all of us? For the fact that we are saying Fulani terrorist herdsmen does not mean that we are classifying the whole of the Fulanis as being terrorists. The problem is, if we can't solve a problem, if you keep dancing around the problem, if you can't put a label to it, this whole thing that Jafar and Black League is just dancing around issues, not wanting to talk about things the way it is. Nobody's calling them, nobody say all Fulanis are terrorists. And what you should understand is nobody will tell you that I'm a terrorist. Those organizations you say that are not terrorists, you've known them, or yes, we've known them to be non-terrorists, but now we've seen articles written about even companies that you wouldn't even imagine that were even involved in terrorism. I mean, would you have ever believed that NASCO or whatever, or even the owner of NASCO would have been involved in any terrorist act? Nobody will tell you they are terrorists. So the point is this: we cannot solve a problem if we cannot put a label to that problem. But the fact that we call them Fulani terror, because I don't know what name you want to call them. Simply calling them herdsmen, I mean, well, maybe that could be another label to it. But saying Fulanis, these are foreign Fulanis, as we know, for the most part, they are foreign Fulanis. And for me, just to conclude, the only thing that I think could be done in this instance is Nigeria government needs to send Nigerian immigration to these states where we find these hotspots in Nigeria, and start profiling anybody who is not Nigerian. They should be deported. There's a way they can find out if they are well trained.
And they can start with Akim Baba Ahmed, who is from Mauritania. not at all
You see,
anything to do with Nigeria, and
they
it comes to
won't-
our
they won't
country
do it.
to threaten us. Yeah.
They won't do it because they
Akim
want that
Baba
population.
Ahmed was born in Nigeria. One
Yeah,
man.
well,
He's
was
a
born in Nigeria.
Nigerian.
I don't know about
He was
I'm
born
talking about
here.
Akim Baba. I'm not talking about just Akim Baba. I'm talking about any who is not a Nigerian. They can start profiling them. I mean, I don't know, but the problem is they will not do that because they want that population. These people were deliberately allowed to come in to populate that part of the north. I mean, to populate the north, to give them that those so-called population.
Well, no, that is your speculation, though. That's not fact.
You might say that. No, you might say that. Well,
that is your. You don't know any. You don't know that for fact.
When the president, were you not there when the president said that he's opening the borders to everybody to come in? Did he not say that? I mean, did he say that?
I did not hear him say that.
Oh, yeah,
but,
okay. Maybe one of these days you can. I will look for the article for you. You can read. So the point is this: in conclusion, we are not. I mean, by saying Fulani terrorist, herdsmen, whatever, we're not putting a label to the whole tribe of a Fulani. But we're saying that these are the people doing it. You need, like, you give an example of a black man who committed a crime. He has to be described as a black man, male black man, tall, and things like that. So that's what I'm trying to say. So please, Jafar and Black League.
No, leave Jafar and Black League. Just yes, but thank you, Rational Mind. So, Ahizian, let's hear from you.
Yeah, one man. Thanks for letting me on. I thought I was late to the show.
No, you are late, but but it's just you just get the one slot just to share your thoughts, and then Black League and Ajale Koko will round up for us. Yeah.
I've been listening to the whole thing. I think for the Fulani thing, the U.S. Categorizes the Fulani militia as a terrorist group, as one of the most dangerous terrorist groups on the planet. The US did not say the militia; they said Fulani militia. So, in categorizing the actual group, the groups is
in support
100%.
of what you just said. They call them number fourth most dangerous terrorist group. Yes.
There you go. So in categorizing the group, unless someone tells me that the group is made up of Hausas and Kanuris and maybe Yoruba people, which I doubt is the case, the group is 100% Fulani. So it is categorized as pertaining to that particular ethnic group. So there it is the Fulani militia, which is a terrorist group. Not saying all Fulani is a terrorist group, but there's a militia that's exclusively Fulani that are terrorist groups. So there isn't even a debate in the categorization or people making the argument that you shouldn't put the word Fulani in front of these people that are terrorizing. On the other point of them coming into Nigeria, there was a speech that RUFAI gave, and most people might miss the part of this speech, but he said in that speech that Fulanis don't respect borders, that these people travel, and a lot of Fulanis have come into Nigeria. And he actually said in the same context of that speech that they should be given citizenship and be allowed to stay, which is part of what he's trying to do in Kaduna with the land that they've given him for settlement. So
is that why he's launching them against the southern? What's going on there?
Well, we don't have evidence that he's actually behind it, but clearly there is.
Asking, is that what is being speculated that is doing that?
It's possible, but it's not just Southern Kaduna. Keep in mind, in the north, you have a lot of minority ethnic groups that are being assaulted by these people because they want to take over their land. So it is not. So there's a reason behind why they're doing it, and these people are saying they're coming from outside of the country, and you hear a governor of the state actually making the argument that they should be given citizenship of Nigeria. So that is a case for resettlement of Fulanis all around. They want to settle them. They want to give them resources so they can settle and try to educate them and assimilate them into the local populace, which is, if you look through history, it is what Danfodio, who is their hero, did. He came in, the Hausa leaders were fighting amongst themselves, and he was able to convert some of them to Islam. And through that means, he was able to overthrow the Hausa leaders. And what he did to them, he didn't jail them, he didn't exile them, he murdered all of them. And through Islam established a caliphate in the north, which was what we're dealing with today. Now, the other thing I want to mention is, I went back this NSAS thing, I was looking at it, and to a point that Jellicoe made about the modus operandi of the Nigerian state in perpetrating severe acts of violence. You know, Donye Okupe made a statement during the time of the Odi massacre, which I always go back to, because, you know, we're remembering NSAS now, but nobody remembers the thousands that were killed in Odi, a town of 15,000, where 2,000 Nigerian troops were sent into that small village. Wait, one man, wait a second. And yeah, I just want to make the point, because what we're hearing Lai Mohammed say today,
you see, you should really come in earlier. This is the whole point. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah, what we're hearing Lai Mohammed say today echoes what Donye Okupe said when the Odi massacre happened. And just to quote his speech, I have it in front of me. He said,
no, you're not going to read my speech.
No, it's not a long speech. I just want to say a sentence. He said, how can it be said that a carefully planned and cautiously executed exercise to rid the society of these criminals is a violation of human rights? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The people that committed this crime.
So, who are these people? Who are these people? Because I know you've been trying to go to that spot quite a few times now.
Because Nigeria wants to
Obasanjo as despotic.
Obasanjo gave Alamesia a 14-day ultimatum to turn over the 20 boys that killed Nigerian policemen. Alamesia was at a meeting at the governor's council meeting in Abuja. He had 4 days left to produce these boys. While he was at that meeting, they sent 5,000 troops into a town of 15,000 people, and they bombed the town, killing women and children. This was a fact.
This is your account.
No. This is not my account. This is not my account. This is Human Rights Watch.
That's true. That's true.
It is true. This is Human Rights Watch.
No. I have to say
one man.
This sounds like you because this sounds like
one man. If you one man.
No. It's been trying to push that narrative for quite
no. It's not. I'm not pushing
weeks
a narrative
now. Yeah.
No. I'm not pushing a narrative.
The entire village was leveled down.
It was raised.
Who told you that?
It was raised.
I saw it.
One man.
When did you say
Human Rights Watch.
I saw it.
One man. This is fact. I'm surprised that you don't even.
It's true.
Okay, what makes it fact?
One man. I'm surprised that no, because you're very well aware. I'm surprised you don't know this part of Nigeria.
Every television station. Hold on, one man. Every television station in Nigeria showed it then.
Showed what?
Showed the after effect, aftermath of that military bombardment of Odi village.
Right.
November 20th, 1999 at 2 p.m.
What led to it? What led to it?
Let me tell you what there were 10
because Obasanjo doesn't like Asaba people.
This is not even in Asaba. This is Odi is in Bayelsa. There were 10 to 20 youths, militants who had killed Nigerian policemen, right, in the area. They killed Nigerian policemen. They captured some, but they ended up killing them. Obasanjo gave Alamesia 14 days to hand over the perpetrators of that crime, because the policemen, of course, as we know, the police is controlled federally in Nigeria. So Alamesia said, okay, cool, I am working on it. He goes to Abuja for a meeting. He had 4 days left to the ultimatum. While he was in Abuja, they sent these troops in with helicopter gunships, as well as fully armed soldiers. They invaded a small town. Wait.
So hold on. Is this an eyewitness account that you're giving us?
This is not just eyewitness. This is Human Rights Watch. Wait.
No, answer the question now. Is this an eyewitness? Are you giving us an eyewitness account?
Wait. Are you saying that Human Rights Watch is made up?
No, I'm asking you now. Are you giving us an eyewitness account?
No, I personally was. I personally.
It was a bit like this CNN report that
one man. Were you personally at Lekki Gate? Of course not. But we know what happened there.
but we
Were
no.
were we
But
were we
do we?
personally were we
Do we know?
personally were we personally at last during
Did
Abacha
did
regime when they
CNN
killed
did
students?
CNN not tell us 38 people, then 2 people?
No,
One man,
but this is fact.
one man,
One man, this is fact.
it wasn't, this
BBC,
was
even
not,
BBC carried the story. This is fact.
it wasn't a hidden story. It was a big news. Even Nigerian NTA carried it. All the television houses. AIT was functioning well. AIT went to carry it. AIT was functioning well in Nigeria then. AIT was the #1 television station. They carried it. They carried and they showed the satellite imagery of that village before and after it was attacked by the military. The military leveled down the whole village.
They leveled the village. They
leveled everything down. It was like a place that, you know, they bombarded that place and they destroyed. They leveled everything down. I'd never seen such thing before. I'd never seen it before. I said, what? They leveled the place to the ground. Everything.
One man.
It was a genocide.
One man. Listen. One man.
Obasanjo, I like Obasanjo, but we have to say
the fact.
Say it the way it is. What he did wrong, we have to say that this man did it wrong. It committed genocide there. Yes,
one man, this is not
level down the village.
This is not.
What has he even got to do? I was just saying, give us a quiz out there on Fulani.
No. But one man, the point.
Because you've been trying to push this story for a while now.
The point I'm trying to make, because people don't want to remember it, right? And even you're very well versed with Nigerian matters, and you know we are but bringing this matter to your attention because this has been the modus operandi. And this goes back to Ajala Koko said. This goes back to the method that Nigerian governing structure has employed for decades now. This NSAS thing is not a new thing. This is the point that I'm trying to make. Is that they do this stuff.
NSAS were not insurgents now. You are saying that the Nigerian military moved
I'm saying
against
anyone that the Nigerian,
can't draw
but
parallels.
the women and children,
in Lagos and insurgents.
The women and children in that village were not insurgents either. 15,000 people, you had 10 people that committed a crime. Why did 15,000 people have to pay for it? The point I'm trying to make, one man, is that anyone that the Nigerian government views as being a threat to its authority, they will respond with overwhelming force and they will crush and murder whomever they have to at any given time. This is the point. So which leads us to today. Today's remembrance.
I'm going to shut down in about 3 minutes. So, and I can't let
okay. So I will stop and let my brothers go. But
so Black League. Sorry, but you really have to condense it now because I'm just determined not to go past 4 hours. But Black League, just to you.
Yes, the massacre in OD actually happened. Is a real thing that happened. It's a fact. And it's an unfortunate incident, and I think Obasanjo's apology to Bayelsa State was him bringing Goodluck Jonathan as vice president to Yar'Adua in 2007. And going to the Fulani, whether the terrorists are Fulani or just going into that space, I think I still maintain that once we tag a crime with the name of a ethnic group, we're implying that the people in that ethnic group are terrorists or commit that crime, which is wrong. Just like I said earlier with the Niger Delta, before we saw it as criminality was the ethnic nationalities in the Niger Delta that are no, I'm not playing the devil's advocate. The devil doesn't have an advocate. You can either be the devil or you're not. I just like to see it how it is. Because I know that if I'm Ijaw and they're saying, oh, kidnappers are Ijaw, I would have a problem with that because I'm not a kidnapper. So it's just however the shoe fits. And I think that would be the same for everybody here. If that were to be said about their own ethnic nationality, they would have a problem with that, especially if they're not a part of that crime. So I leave it at that. Ajanli Coco.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Black League. So, Ajale Koko, if you can just condense it for us succinctly, and then this is our engineer's idea, by the way. He says I must always cap the shows no longer than 4. He even gave me 3 hours, but now 4 hours. But Ajale Koko, to you.
I have my own suggestion, but we will say it tomorrow. But so, I want to thank our young men and women that took to the street today to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of the NSAS. They tell me that we have hope, that we still have future, because under democracy, the people must not give in to intimidation by criminal people in authority using the police to terrorize the citizen. Citizens must stand up and fight for their right all the time. And that is what our young men and women have done today. They stood up to fight for their right as guaranteed by the constitution of the country. And they have to continue doing this. It's only when they continue standing up, taking to the street, fighting for their right, that is when we will get justice. The judiciary panel that we had in Lagos, if not for them standing up and demanding for justice, that judicial panel wouldn't have been constituted by the state. So I hope they will carry this on to the election period and stand up and vote all these criminal in power out of office. We have to keep praying for them, and God will give them the strength to keep fighting for their nation, because the nation belongs to them. The future of the nation belongs to them. They have to start fighting for it now, and hopefully they will take the nation back from the criminal that are running the nation in such a bad manner that the nation is very big. So one man, before I leave, let me thank everybody that come on the platform tonight. You have done well. It's well. The talking points, everybody expressed their opinion, the talking points, and I will urge people watching us from many parts of the world, please subscribe if you have not, and press the right button so that you can get notified anytime it's going on live. So thank you, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. We missed the last minute of what you said because it just faded out. But thank you, Ajale Koko. So that was Ajale Koko. And hopefully now we're trying to just condense it just so it's not such a grueling experience for everyone, because sometimes you get the sense that it's just a heavyweight and it's just a grind. Sometimes we're even exceeding 6 hours, which shouldn't really be. So now we're trying to cap it at 4 hours at the max, at 3 hours ideally. So usually when it starts from 10 o'clock, 10:10. So if you're keen to just share your thoughts, then just come in quickly, and then then you get more time to get the expression. But really, we want to try to start to cap it now at no longer than 4 hours, which I think is even too much. But certainly, we shouldn't be exceeding that. So that was a suggestion that came from one of the leading voices of this space, and he said to cap it off in this manner. So this for you, this is how you said we should cap it up. He said to remind ourselves what it is all about. So this, ladies and gentlemen, really what it's all about. I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.